That's a pretty cool thing. So I wrote on my shoes tonight. I think I put Mamba for life, 824 KB, because it's really that mutual. So.
I want one answer only. Who was the guy that brought chills up and down your spine when he came onto the floor? The greatest player you ever saw.
That would have to be the GOAT.
Grinch. I don't think Grinch can hear me. All right. Grinch might be asleep. I don't know. He's doing something. So, man, but I'm going to dive into it, though. Bro, the Lakers are overrated. Snoop Gasol, they lack shooting. They lack defense. They lack rebounding. They lack culture. They got no shot of winning the NBA championship this season. No shot at all. And if anybody want to bet your money on it, put your money up and I'll bet you right now. The Lakers are straight ass. And whoever think I'm BSing, put your money up. I don't know what Grinch doing. Probably sleep. But the goddamn Lakers is done, man. They done, bro.
They just lost to the Phoenix Suns. Now, the Phoenix Suns are, and one of the biggest reasons that I believe we're struggling so bad is because of our starting lineup. Now, I've been on record saying that I'm at about a 60% right now with our starting lineup. I like Anthony Davis, obviously LeBron, and Rui Hachimura in the starting lineup. Now, the problem with the Lakers. What are you talking about?
Man, big shout out to Cam, man. But Cam don't know basketball, man.
The Grinch is
Cam don't know shit about basketball.
here. The Lakers are not
What
making the playoffs.
Lakers is overrated, I ain't gonna lie. They lack hey, the Grinch is here. They lack too many categories. They lack shooting, they lack coaching, they lack defense, they lack size, they lack rebound, they lack too fucking much.
LeBron and AD and the whole team really are showing me their points are ineffective when it comes to closing games. Your avatar is that Benavidez? Yeah, that's Benavidez, bro. That's my favorite boxer.
The Lakers are the Lakers are bad in
He
the Lakers are bad in too many areas, man.
let me just say this,
So,
man.
Go ahead, Gideon.
Oh, go ahead.
what's going on? No, you guys can finish first now, Rock. You guys can finish first.
Go ahead and finish Grinch and then toss it over to Gideon.
No, you good. I was gonna
This
transition
is
to
right.
boxing, but go ahead with the basketball talk. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
Okay, so
the
go ahead.
Lakers need more the Lakers need some Dragon Balls. What I mean by that, this team needs some shooting, man. One, this team needs shooting. Two, this team needs size. They're smaller than a freaking Snickers bar right now. Okay, this team is smaller than a Snickers bar. This team needs some size. And to me, they need a backup point guard. They don't really have a real backup point guard, in my opinion. So they need some size, a backup point guard that can generate around the offense, and just some shooting. They'll be good. And rim protectors
Yeah,
too.
they also right, and they don't have anybody to guard because if we got to play Denver, Reeves and D'Lo is going to get torched.
Big time. By guys like Porter, Gordon, Murray, yeah.
KCP,
ACP.
guys like that will torch them.
Mm-hmm. Well, speaking of torching, the Kings Clippers game may be fire in the fourth quarter. So yeah, the Lakers just need some depth though. Did you like the Spencer Dinwiddie move in your opinion or not really?
Dinwiddie, he's not getting really to show his skill set because he's playing with a bunch of
Dude, they don't
scorers,
know how to use fucking like this team pisses me off
and
so much.
his skill set is scoring.
Mm-hmm.
Like Darvin Ham, stupid ass, don't know how to use Dinwiddie. That shit gets on my fucking nerves. Any new player we get, he does
They
not
don't know
know.
how to use
Any
anybody.
new player we get, he does not know how to utilize at all. He don't even know the best way to use a LeBron James or Anthony Davis.
They don't know how to use AD.
That's what I'm saying.
AD's in the perimeter a lot. Like what the heck?
It shows you when they can't even do it for
A-
their own superstars. Like it shows you, man.
Like
Bad.
feed AD in the post, feed AD in the block.
Feed him in the pick and roll, pick and pop.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Austin Reeves. Reeves is better. Reeves is not just a dribbler. It's crazy.
But I've been
200 points is ass.
I've been telling niggas, bro, I would take a Dark Rivers over a Darvin Ham. I would.
I get
Darvin
you.
Ham
You're
is-
damn sure I fucking would, because at least with him, bro, he gonna bring me some consistent play in the regular season. Let's not get that twisted. I'm just saying.
Yep, and at least he does have something to speak up for as a head coach. Darvin Ham does not.
Right.
Darvin Ham is Darvin Turkey. Fuck Ham. He ain't no fucking Ham. He's Turkey. Cold turkey at that.
Darvin Ham only really looked decent because, you know what I'm saying, of the players we had around that team. Without these dudes on this team, bro, Darvin Ham gets exposed badly, bro. He's lucky he has a decent team with him, because if not, bro, he would be exposed right now.
Darvin Ham, 20 points is ass. Vanderbilt is ass too. Hachimura is too Chinese. Who else is here? Gabe Vincent is a waste.
Yeah.
Waste of space. Christian Wood, man, he can't.
I can't even
catch a
blame
break.
Christian Wood. I can't even blame him. He tries to showcase what he could do for the team, but look what happens, man. They don't know how to utilize him. I'm not gonna blame Christian Wood for that. I'm not.
I can agree with that. That's on the coaching staff. They gotta use him better. Why is Christian Wood picking it, shooting a bunch of jump shots? Like what? No.
Man, all Darvin
This is crazy, man.
Ham does know how to coach. He knows how to coach putting your hands in your pockets and looking crazy all game with his bald head.
This is bad, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie. As a Lakers fan, I could admit, like, time and time again, like in this season, we've been losing to like mediocre ass teams.
And the Suns did not even have Beal in this game. Gordon and Beal. Yeah, good point.
Right. So, like, for me, it just gives me no faith, like, coming into the playoffs, even if I don't even know if we make it. Like, shoot.
We get swept.
Even play in. I think you guys will make the play in. Even then, that's not guaranteed because the Jazz only right there.
Bro,
if the Lakers
Hold on, let me
Go
just
ahead.
say this: the Warriors are fucking garbage too. But I think they got a better shot than we do at this fucking point.
They
I
play
agree.
they play real basketball. We don't. We play isolation, standstill basketball. And when you play like that, you very beatable.
This
And that's
nigga
why
got
I say that.
oh, bro.
And that's why. And look,
Hmm.
if we believe any team not sweep the Lakers, but beat us in 5 or 6 games because we lack too much shit.
Yeah.
And LeBron been about and LeBron been fighting that ankle injury. Who's to say he don't drive to the goal and tweak the ankle again in the playoffs? And at AD, you know
Hey,
how soft he is already.
It's clear right now. LeBron does not look 100%. I think it's clear to everybody. He does not look 100% to me.
If Grant, with that being said, LeBron not 100%. AD's inconsistent. Bro, I think OKC could beat us in the playoff series. I ain't gonna cap.
I told you that,
of course, yeah.
Mike.
The Suns have a lot of
Hold
weapons
on, hold
starting
on, hold
five.
on, hold on, hold on, Mike. What did I tell you yesterday? I said in the 7 game series, and then you went up and brought the bullshit. Oh, if it was a 1 game series, the Lakers would win. I was telling you, nigga, no, bro. The Thunder would beat us, bro. I'm telling you. I've been telling you this, bro.
The
If
Thunder have
that
a lot of
anybody
depth
could beat
starting
us at
five.
this point, anybody could beat us in the playoff because we don't shoot the ball well, and teams can literally play zone
The
against us.
Timberwolves could beat our fucking ass,
Of course, the Wolves are too big and athletic. Yeah, and they're a great defensive team. Yeah.
and the Kings. I
All
don't
you
see.
got,
I
all
don't
you
see
got
us
to do is
beating
play
the Kings.
zone. Just play zone.
We're not beating the Kings.
All the
I don't care what no one says. We're not beating the
Kings
Kings.
got
Of
to do
course.
on defense is all the Kings got to do on defense is play. All, all, all the Kings got to do on defense is play zone, and then on offense, just push the ball fucking game. It's gonna be open dunks, threes, all
So give
kind
the
of
ball to
shit.
fucking Fox and let that nigga cook all series.
Hmm.
No. Here's how you beat the Lakers. You play zone on defense, and then on offense, you swing the ball a couple times. If you notice, the Lakers are not a good switching team. When they have to
True.
switch and rotate, they're slow as fuck.
True.
So all the Kings got to do is swing that bitch around a couple times. Somebody gonna be wide open.
That's
They're
true.
slow as fuck on rotations. They real slow. Even off a pick and roll, guys are getting even off pick and roll, guys are getting easy picks off of screens. Guys aren't fighting over. It's crazy. You got LeBron ball watching.
It's the coaching, dude. It's the coaching, dude. I'm telling you,
Man, the whole team, they just man, I don't know.
They
I
gotta
feel
get
like I
more
get more
rebound.
energy.
bro. The coach, bro.
What?
Darvin Ham fucks up the whole team's morale. Like if you pay attention, bro, like they don't really want to play like that, bro. Like Darvin Ham's not it. They want him out of there. You can just tell by the body language, bro. Like if you watch these games, you can just
By
see it.
making the playoffs, but that's why I say missing the playoffs would help getting him out of there. If they make the playoffs, then Jenny Buss is gonna feel like he did enough. You know what I'm
If,
saying? So
yeah,
by us missing
if
the
we make the
playoffs,
playoffs,
it get him out of there.
if we make the
Mhm.
playoffs, he's not going anywhere.
That's what I'm saying. We need to miss the playoffs to get him up out of here. That's the only way I can see it happening. We have to miss it. If we make it, they're gonna keep him.
Like
Trust me.
this shit pisses me off, dog. Like out of every coach, you mean to tell me Darvin Ham was our only option? Like man, this shit
And I
pisses
was
me off.
told it, and I was told by Cam, this team is deep. How the fuck they deep and they can't win fucking games and niggas can't even stay on the fucking court? This team ain't deep nothing. All they deep in is in deep trouble.
Mhm.
Having their hands
Va-
deep in pockets.
Or it's still gonna
Vanderbilt
deep
has
laundry.
regressed.
Hmm.
What?
Yeah, they're still gonna deep whirlpool right now. Yeah.
Vanderbilt is fucking washed at this point.
Vanderbilt is washed. Gabe
Mhm.
Vincent is above and beyond washed. Hachimura is Hoochimura. Austin Reeves is fucking country boy off the street trying to be a shooter. Uh, Christian Wood. I mean, he just confused right now. He don't know what to think. AD don't know what the fuck can do. And LeBron look hurt.
And Darvin Ham is just a dumbass.
Well, that was easy. I ain't gonna lie. The way the Lakers play, the way they play basketball as a whole, but they ain't
Hey,
about to do shit.
hey, what was that one coach we had? Luke Walton. I'll take that nigga over Darvin Ham. I swear to God, I would.
Are you watching the Kings Clippers game right now? It's getting spicy.
Yeah, I don't watch no Clippers games.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. As much as I hate the Clippers, they're more exciting than the fucking Lakers right now.
Of course. You think the Clippers are true when healthy, a true legitimate title contender when healthy?
No, no.
Okay. So you're finally admitting that they're the better team in LA.
They're
The
the
LA
better.
Clippers.
They're even though they're the better team. They're
Damn.
not. They're not. They're not. Let me finish, Branch.
They took over LA over the
Branch,
Lakers.
Branch. Can I
Oh my
finish?
god.
Branch, come on, dude.
Oh my
Even
god.
though, even though they're the better team, they're not title. They're not a contending team for a championship. They're gonna get beat in the first, second round. Trust me.
What?
They're not leaving no chip no time soon. Trust me. What are the Clippers known for? Choking. Choking.
You said they lose in the first round against who?
I didn't hold on. Hold on. What's the name? Gideon.
Please name
Was
me
he
the
not
names of
was
these
he not
teams. I'm listening.
was you not get yeah, what did I say? Did I say first round by itself or did I also mention second round?
Second round, you mentioned both. First and
I
second round.
mentioned
You
both.
mentioned both.
So they're either one
Bro,
first or second
this team is
round.
conference finals at minimum.
I
What is y'all
That
think
don't
talking
mean
about?
making the conference,
What the hell is y'all talking about?
hold the fuck up. They got a Hall of Famer in Russell Westbrook. They got a Hall of Famer in James Harden. They got a Hall of Famer in Kawhi. They got 4 Hall of Famers, and you're telling me the best you can do, Gideon, is make that conference championship game?
They
Come on, bro.
they
That's
never
bad.
made it there, so that'll be
good
an
point.
accomplishment.
Good point.
You got 4 Hall of
I
Famers.
You got to
I
look at
see.
it. They never been there before.
4 Hall of Famers, that's ass. I ain't
And
gonna
what
lie, that's fucking ass.
and technically Ty Lue's arguably, I'm saying arguably a Hall of Fame coach. Technically, Ty Lue,
Yes.
technically.
Yes.
So technically 5 would count Ty Lue.
There's no excuse. There's no excuse to have to not have fouls mentality. Period. When Kawhi and PG came to that team, Gideon, what was the expectation? Championship or conference championship?
NBA championship. NBA
They
championship.
they
So
said
I
at
don't want to
minimum
hear.
conference finals. What are you talking about?
No. That was not the expectation. The
That was
expectation was
title.
championship
It's title. Yeah.
title. If they don't make the finals, it's a fucking failure. You got 4 Hall of Famers on the same team.
What?
If they don't make the fucking final, it's a failure.
They gotta win not just to me. They gotta win the title. Not just that. You have Norman Powell, 6 Man of Year candidate. Terrence Mann. You got Daniel Tyson's balling out as my Amir Coffey. They gotta win the title because you have to understand these guys will get older in the future. Kawhi, PG, Russ,
If
and
listen,
Baby will get older.
if they lose to the Nuggets, I couldn't blame them. I couldn't. The
I mean, I know
Nuggets
how
are a
good the
good
Nuggets
team.
are. I love the look. I like the Nuggets. I got Denver coming out the West. I'm saying is that starting 5 wise. Can you agree that the Clippers are more talented starting 5 wise than the Nuggets? Can you agree on that? Starting 5 wise. Starting 5 wise. And they have a better bench than the Nuggets. Can you agree on that? Denver's good.
If
Don't
the
get me wrong. I'm saying the Clippers have a better bench and a better starting 5 wise.
if the Clippers don't win the championship, it's a failure. You
Of
have too many
course.
Hall of Famers on the same team.
And a
So
Hall of Fame
Way
coach.
too many.
okay, so with that being said, you got them winning the championship then.
I
If
I
they
don't
if they
personally.
don't win
I
it,
don't.
No,
if they
I'm
don't
asking
win
you,
it,
do you or do you not?
if they don't win the championship, me and Gideon is not picking them to win the championship. We're just saying with the amount of talent they have on the roster, if they do not win the championship, it's a fucking disgrace. You got a Hall of Fame coach in Tyronn Lue. You got 4 Hall of Fame players on the same roster. You got
Mhm.
you got arguably 6 man with Powell. You got Terrence Mann,
Okay,
you
so
got
you're
all this
agreeing that
shit.
they're a championship team, then?
Daniel Tice too.
Is that what you're saying? They're a
They're,
championship
they're
team, then,
supposed
right?
to if they don't win, that's their ass. They're supposed to be a championship caliber team. They're supposed
Okay,
to be.
okay. That's all I'm asking.
But if they don't win, I'm going to cook they fucking ass. Because you got four Hall of Famers on the same team.
Yo,
It
yo,
makes
yo,
no
yo,
sense.
yo.
So,
What's up,
so
Go
Playboys?
ahead. Go ahead, infamous take off, man.
Hey,
Uh-oh.
man. Hey, salute to Gold Mike. Salute to Gilead. Salute to Grinch. What's up, Playboys? Playboys and
uh,
We
Playheads.
come on. Infamous.
Hmm?
First thing first. Touch
Can I
on what
grab
you
the soap?
saw.
I'll grab the soapbox. You want me to grab? You want it? You go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'll let
No,
you.
no, no, no. Grab the scope. Grab the oh damn. Soapbox.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab it. I just want to grab the soap. I'm just gonna grab the soapbox for a quick minute, and then y'all can have it. Y'all can have it back. Now, the two things I'm gonna touch on. I'm only gonna touch on two things tonight. The Laker game, right? I watched the whole game. We were
same here.
watching it on Lakers. Watched the whole game. It was a good competitive game. I'm not going to put too much into it because I think we put too much stock into each game. I think we need to temper our expectations. We need to learn to temper our expectations. I mean, it's one game. If you look at the overall season record, they beaten the Sun. We beaten the Suns more than they beaten us, right?
True,
So
free
you
too.
got to you
True.
got to you got to temper the expectations. Like it's one game. People are losing their minds, losing their heads. Oh my gosh, the sky is falling. These chicken head ass niggas, I call them, man. Like the sky's not falling. It's one game. If they're on a 10 game losing streak, then I understand. You have a right to get upset, get up, get in your feelings. But come on, man. I mean, every team loses. Even some teams lose to. I mean, the Charlotte Hornets just beat Boston one night. I mean, come on, man.
True.
Teams are gonna
True.
lose. Teams are gonna lose. It's part of the schedule, But I wouldn't put too much into it. I say as long as this team gets all their players back, they remain healthy. Going into the key is to be healthy going into the playoffs and being on a good winning streak or a good streak going into the playoffs.
Oh my God.
That's the key. That's the thing that counts. Don't worry about all this extra stuff, the rest, losing some games here and there. No, the best path for the Lakers to be is to avoid the play-in
Agreed.
at all costs, and be healthy. Everybody, all players on deck, going into the playoffs. That's the number one thing.
Gotta get that top 6 seed. Yeah, get that top six
Right.
seed. Yeah.
Now, Mike was right. And I'm going to touch on that. This is my second issue on the soapbox. My second issue is Mike was right about the Clippers. The Clippers have arguably a starting lineup, except for one, filled with Hall of Famers. There is
One and two,
no
because
way
Zoo's been starting like two. Yeah.
but bro, there's no way that the expectation should just be to make it to the conference, the Western Conference Finals. No, you got to win it.
Title. Gotta win
You
the
got to
chip.
win the whole thing. If you don't win the whole thing, you deserve to get cooked. No way. You can't have a team that stacked and just making it to the conference finals is okay. We're good, man. We made it to the conference finals. We're good, man. It was a good year. Nah, nigga. You got to make it all the way. They got to make it at least to the NBA finals.
What if they lose in the
If they
finals?
no, if they lose in the finals, they still get cooked, but it's not as bad. You see what I'm
It
saying?
depends how they lose to the finals, or who they come
Yeah,
out
it depends on
against,
how you lose. Like if it
and
goes
who
down to
comes
like a
out. If like
seventh
the
game,
like
right?
I'm not saying it's gonna happen. I'm not saying this is gonna
Mhm.
happen. Just a hypothetical. If let's say the
Right.
Knicks made the finals somehow, I'm not saying it's gonna happen. I'm just saying what if. If
Right.
the Knicks randomly make the NBA finals, you lose to us, like that's
Mhm.
bad.
But we gotta be honest though. If they get knocked out in the first round,
Oh, that's
that's a
embarrassing.
failure. That's embarrassing. That's a failure.
It's a huge failure.
That's a huge failure. No,
It's a
their
super team failure.
expectations is championship. In my opinion, this is just my opinion. Their expectations is NBA Finals or bust.
Of course.
NBA Finals or bust.
And not just the starting line. Well, the starting lineup is Harden, Man, PG, Harden, Man, the club, PG, and Zoo. So technically, I know what you mean. Technically, 3 Hall of Famers are starting lineup, and their bench is,
Pretty much.
Russ. You know what I mean? Russ, Powell. Because Plumlee's playing the 5, Ty's playing the 4. You know what I mean? And Coffee at the 3. So
Yeah, but we got to be honest. The Clippers are not weak. The Clippers are not weak in no positions. They're
Mhm.
strong at point guard. They're strong at shooting guard. They're strong at small forward. They're strong at
Power
power
forward, a little
forward.
debatable. Power forward,
Yeah,
debatable.
power forward is debatable. I get you. Yeah, you're right about that. I'll give you that one. Power forward is a bit debatable, and they're
Mhm.
pretty. They're proficient at center. I mean, they don't
Mhm.
have a world beater at center, but their center is pretty good.
That
Plus,
that,
Yeah,
they don't
that
really
that's
need
facts.
to
Harden
be.
and Russ are out their prime. So yeah, they got Hall of Famers, but not all of them are in their prime. So you got to look at
true,
that
No,
too.
we
true.
can't. No, we can't
No,
do
no,
that
we're
because
not
Russ
doing
and
that.
Harden
No,
are
we're
not at
not
their
doing
peak
that.
in
They're
their
not
Demetrius
out
prime.
of their
Russell,
prime.
bro.
Stop
We
that.
can't really
Bro,
use that
Harden is
excuse.
not the same player
we
he
can't do
was
that.
in his prime, bro. Let's not do
We
that.
cannot do that. Hold on, hold
Same
on,
shit with
hold
Russell
on.
Westbrook.
Grinch, I
Look
asked
at
you
the
to hold on here.
stats. That's all I got to
Grinch,
say.
I asked you to hold on. We can't do that for this reason. If LeBron James had Russ, Kawhi, and PG, and he didn't win the title, people would cook his ass. The same way they did when LeBron lost that title. Infamous and Gideon knows this. In 2011, when he had that stacked Heat team and LeBron didn't win, they cooked his ass. So it's the
Mhm.
same motherfucking thing with this. If
Facts.
LeBron had all this talent and didn't make the finals or win it, they would cook his ass to death.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I don't
And,
want to hear that.
and
Yeah, I don't
one
want to
thing
hear it
too,
either. I don't want to hear
and
the
one
excuses. I'm sorry.
and the San Antonio Spurs in 2014 won when they were old. Ginobili was old. Parker was old. Duncan was old in 2014. They won. Kawhi was not in his prime yet in 2014 because he was a 30-year player. So they
Tim
were
Duncan was like
I,
40, wasn't
I'll, I'll
he?
even take. I'll take it a step further. Even if they lose one of their star players, they still should win. I'm going
you
that
can
far.
say
What?
If
you
they
can say
lose, for example, if they lose, for example, PG goes down unexpectedly with an injury.
That's a
I'm
reach.
still expecting them
That's
to
a
win.
reach.
No, I don't care, bro. Bro, it's still a stacked team. Notice I said the word team. It's a balanced team.
Bro,
That team is
you
a
take out
balanced team,
PG,
bro.
Kawhi, or even Harden, either or, bro, you're
no.
in the
If you take
I'm
Kawhi,
trash
you're
saying,
can.
done. Take Kawhi, you're done. I agree.
yeah, Kawhi.
That team
That's why
is
I didn't say.
done.
That's why I didn't say Kawhi. I said like if you take out, for example, let's say Harden. Knock on wood. Let's say Harden goes down. You're still supposed to win.
Harden or even Russ, heaven
That's
forbid. Yeah,
you're still supposed to win. That's a
right.
fact. It's
It'll
not
be
their
harder.
team. You gotta
Yeah.
understand. Their team is not built like the Lakers. Their team is not. You gotta look at roster construction. Their roster construction is different. Their roster construction is a complete team. They're not similar to the Lakers. The Lakers
They're
roster
really deep,
construction is
especially like
different.
with the wings. They're definitely like
Yeah,
deep
they're
in that
deep. They're
department.
they're, they're deep.
Mhm.
For example, if you take LeBron out of the equation of the Lakers, that's problem. But I'm saying if you take one of their other pieces, it's still functionable that they can still make it.
Yeah, they still have
It's
enough. And
different.
by the
It's
way,
a
somebody
different
number
That's
two.
construction.
why I said. That's why I said if you give LeBron this Clipper team on the Lakers and and LeBron didn't win, guys
Oh
like
my good.
Mookie and
Oh my
Ticket would have
goodness.
field days. They would have field days with LeBron.
Oh my god.
Mhm.
They would destroy. They would destroy him. They would destroy him. They would literally destroy him.
No, they'll give him a pass because Russ is out of his prime. Harden is
No,
out
No,
of
no,
his
no,
they
they're
prime.
not.
wouldn't. No, they
No, no,
wouldn't.
no,
Spurs
nigga.
won
No,
the
they,
No,
title in
no,
nigga.
they
2014
wouldn't.
out of their
When
prime.
he
No, they
missed the
wouldn't.
playoffs, when he missed the playoffs with Russell Westbrook, they said, "How come LeBron had two Hall of Famers and didn't make this and
They
that?"
finna call it a retirement home. That's what they finna call it.
No, no, they not, bro. No, they're not. LeBron haters are not gonna give him a pass. They're not. The media, like Skip Bayless and them niggas,
Mhm.
is gonna cook his ass. The whole
Listen.
media is gonna
Mhm.
cook his ass. All these YouTube channels would cook his ass.
Harden
So
led the
there's
league
no
in
break.
assists last year. Come on, man. He's still a
Mhm.
comparable player. What are you talking about? Come on now.
Is he
Come
the
on now.
scorer he was before?
No,
He
no, he's
doesn't.
not.
He doesn't. Wait a minute. Let me address that. He doesn't have to be. He's surrounded by superstars.
He just have to
He doesn't need to
facilitate.
be.
He just have to
Yeah, his
facilitate.
job is just to facilitate and score here and there. He doesn't
You got
need.
James Harden as a scorer. You got Harden as a scorer. Kawhi as a scorer. Paul George as a
Right.
scorer.
Norman
Zubac
Powell,
can score. Norman Powell can
He
score.
doesn't
Terrence
need to
Mann.
carry the weight as a scorer.
Amir
He doesn't
He
need
Coffey
to be the
he was
sometimes.
number
more
one
Amir
efficient
scorer.
back
Coffey
then, though.
sometimes. Amir Coffey can score here and there
They don't
sometimes.
need him to
Right.
score. They
They
need him
don't
to
need
put the
him to
six
score.
rebound. That's about it.
He just
Facts, Mike.
all he needs to do is just play make, give and go, swing the ball, get a steal here and there, and then score when he needs to take over.
Okay,
Facts.
is he
Okay.
out of his prime? Yes or no?
They're not in their prime. They're not. No, they're not
Okay,
in their prime.
that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
No, we agree with that. We agree with that. We're not arguing that. You just can't use. We agree with that. What Infamous and I and Go Mark is saying, so you can't use that as an excuse that they don't win.
No,
Because teams.
exactly.
Because look at the
No
Spurs in
excuses.
2014.
No
Look at
excuses.
the Bulls in '98. Look at the Bulls in '98. They were aging. They were
No
dinosaurs
excuses.
in '98. One.
All that. No excuses. Okay, I'm going to address one more issue. This is my final issue on the soapbox. My final issue on the soapbox is I saw a very disturbing video today, and I'm very disturbed by it. And it was the video with Cam Newton at his camp. He was attacked by a bunch of kids. Now I don't know
Crazy.
what facilitated the argument. I didn't go deep into it, but the fact that there's two things that we need to address here. First of all, the lack of disrespect that some of these young people have for. I mean, Cam Newton's a superstar. This man deserves respect. How are you as a teenager going to attack this man? This man is giving his money, his time. He doesn't have to do this. He doesn't have to do this. He could sit in his home, chill, relax, sipping on his bourbon, whatever he may want to sip on, and just live his life. But he's taking the time and his resources and his money to participate in an event that's supposed to help these kids. And then you got kids jumping him and attacking him. Now, there's two people I blame. I blame that he should probably have comparable security there to protect him. Number two, I think the parents need to take some responsibility as well, because this is not the first video I see. I saw a video, I believe it was a couple of years ago, where a kid was being disrespectful to him, calling him out of his name and shit. And I'm saying, listen, this has got to stop. But the other issue I want to address is we as Black people got to stop looking at other Black people through white people lenses. And what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that is this incident is not indicative or representation of any of us on the panel or any other Black people. And that's one thing I hate, is that when issues like this happen, we tend to say, "Oh man, look at we're our own worst enemy," and blah blah blah. No. What those kids did is not a representative of me. Is not a representative of Goat Mike. It's not a representative of anybody on this panel. Mike is a hard worker. He doesn't get in trouble. He works hard. He comes home. He has his little channel. Mike is not out there committing crimes or doing anything illegal. So it doesn't represent him, doesn't represent Gideon as well. So we need to cut that out. When people want to say, "Oh, it's all our people," man. No, it's not all our people. It's just like rednecks. Rednecks are not representative of all white people. White people don't say, "Man, them rednecks, man. Oh, look at all them rednecks, man. Look at all those white people, rednecks." No, rednecks don't represent white people, just like the lower class or the lower level Black folks do not represent us. So we need to cut that out as well. We're not taking responsibility or ownership for what these kids
we gotta
did.
be accountable.
They got to be accountable for their own selves. And again, I feel sorry for Cam, and I hope he doesn't get discouraged and stop doing this, because I think it's a great thing to do. I mean, anybody anybody on that level that takes their time and their time, their effort, their resources and stuff to help kids in disenfranchised neighborhoods, I applaud them tremendously. He doesn't have, like I said, he doesn't have to do this. He doesn't, right? And for him to do that, all honor, all respect goes towards him. And again, I remember the old days, man. You had to talk with people who were your elders. You had to talk to them with respect, man. You had to say, "Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am." Where did we lose that? Like we used to address these people properly. If I see Cam Newton and say, "Hey, how you doing, sir?" Like the lack of disrespect some of these kids have today, or the entitlement, is just crazy. But again, that's all I gotta say. Mike, I hand the mic back over to you.
I got my number in the private chat too. Right. Almost forgot my number in the private chat, so you can take it. You see my number in the private chat information?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can send me your number so we can chat.
Sure, no problem, man. I'll drop it there. I'll drop it. But go ahead, Mike. The soapbox is yours.
But I ain't gonna lie though. In today's society, nobody it's not about the race, but a lot of people don't take up for each other when it matters most, and it's a part of the world now. To be honest. You you can't expect anybody to take up for you nowadays. Even your own family sometimes. A lot of people it's for themselves.
Mhm.
But for me, if I can help somebody, I'm gonna do that.
That's
You know what
true.
I mean? I don't believe in just standing back and watching stuff. But a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
people
true.
do.
That's true. That's true. It's always good. It's always good to help others. Be a good Samaritan. It's always good to be a good Samaritan to help others, and also help others when they ask for help too.
Yeah, but it's only so many of those.
Hmm.
Now, getting back to the Lakers, Darvin Ham. Darvin Ham. The only criticism I have of Darvin Ham, and I don't know if you guys can agree or disagree with it. I mean, this is just conversation. But the only criticism I have of Darvin Ham is that his timeouts. I
Yeah.
feel sometimes he waits too long to call a timeout. Like, as soon as you see things are kind of getting out of hand, I believe. I mean, this is just my style from what I've seen from the great one. As soon as things get out
Mhm.
of hand, you blow the whistle, man, and get reorganized. Even if you got to blow it twice in the same play, like get your
Yeah.
get focused and get your team back on track. Go
A
ahead.
a infamous getting out by the panel. I had the best coach in high school football because
Mhm.
one bad play, bro, he's chewing people out off bail.
Hmm. But what do y'all think
That
of
makes
that?
me mad.
Do you think it's a timeout? Like his timeouts are a little bit. He lets them play
Needs,
it too much, too long
yeah, it
instead of
needs to.
calling
Yeah, it
timeout.
needs to be a little bit. Yeah, it needs to call timeouts a little bit earlier. He needs to.
No, he needs to be aggressive and his timeouts too. He's not aggressive with the players. Like he's not calling people out for making mistakes. For example, remember how in that finals, Kawhi Leonard would not shoot the basketball,
Mhm.
and Pop punched him in his chest and said, "Shoot, motherfucker." It's like you could tell by his way his mouth was moving. You could tell that he said it. He's like, "Shoot the ball, motherfucker." They actually have an audio of it. He told him,
Mhm.
"Shoot the motherfucking ball, nigga. Shoot that shit, nigga." He kept punching him in the chest. And what Kawhi started doing? He started hitting every fucking thing. So it just comes down to it's not just calling the timeout, but it's being passionate in your timeout. When you watch Darvin Ham, even when he calls timeouts, he's so quiet, so chill. Well, you can't be chill all the time, bro. When do you say, "I'm about to call you all you motherfuckers out"? You know what I mean? I ain't saying he got to punch him in the chest, but get aggressive,
Yeah, whole players accountable. Yeah.
get passionate. When you watch Steve Kerr in his timeouts, he's doing clipboards, all kind of shit. You watch Pop, same shit. Phil Jackson, same shit. Pat Riley, he banging on the board, motherfucker ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? Just you gotta bring that energy. And if your coach ain't bringing no energy, how come the player supposed to bring it?
Good point.
Even the Knicks coach, passionate as fuck. What?
Thibodeau. Thibodeau.
Very passionate.
Hmm.
Very
Right.
passionate.
Yeah, Thibodeau is very passionate. Very
Yeah,
passionate.
Darvin
Tibbs
Ham
is.
too. Darvin Ham is just like, hey guys, let's do a pick three. That's not gonna work, man. That shit
Right,
don't work. I ain't
right,
saying
right.
and look, I ain't saying Darvin Ham gotta be mean every time,
I
but
know what you mean.
here and there, you gotta bring it.
Hmm. Put your foot down. I know what you mean. Put your foot down. Yeah.
But I got to be honest though, Phoenix don't scare me though. Am I the only one? Like they don't scare me.
I think their sons are. I think they're a little bit more frightening. Adding Rose O'Neal a little bit. I'm not saying they're gonna win the title. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that with Rose O'Neal, it helps a little bit with their floor stretch and defense. I think the Suns are a little bit more frightening. I think the Suns are another. I think the Suns get a few more tweaks in their bench to be a finals contender.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
They just need a backup point guard. I think the Suns need a backup point guard. I like getting Fatty Young too. If they could just
Hmm.
use Fatty Young, if they can just get a backup point guard, like if they just get a good backup point guard to help out D Book, and maybe a power forward in there, or
Hmm.
or a backup five, they'll be a legit title contender.
Did y'all hear that the OKC released Alexei what's his name?
Pogashevsky.
Pogashevsky. Bro, man, for them to have to release a dude like that, you know that team is so stacked with talent. And that
Yeah,
he's pretty good.
he's
I
decent.
think you guys should look into getting him.
Well, I like the Knicks. I do like the Suns
No,
too. I like the Knicks and Suns. So you think New York or Phoenix could use Pogu?
Bro, I'm hoping my team picks him up, man. Listen. When I heard that he was available and he's Serbian, because our coach is Serbian, I'm like, man, the Raptors better be looking to get this dude, man.
Mm-hmm.
We better be looking. But I think he's a serviceable. He plays what? He plays small forward, right?
Small
Small
forward,
forward,
power forward.
power
He's a
forward,
3 and 4.
power
He's a
forward.
power
He's a
forward.
3
Yeah.
and 4.
Mm-hmm.
He can pass. He can his rebound. I mean, his numbers are not that great. And I wouldn't look into the number. And we can't always look at numbers. And I'll tell you the reason
Yeah, I
why.
use
I
the eye
wouldn't just
test a
look
little
at.
bit.
I
I
use
use
the
the eye
eye
test.
test, but it's also the fact that look who he's playing behind. He's on a team that's pretty stacked already,
Mm-hmm.
right? So of course his numbers are not going to look great because he's not going to get the same amount of playing time.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, I heard that he's a little bit injury prone. But I'm
I
saying you
don't.
put him in the right situation. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that you put him in the right situation. I think he can flourish. I think it's one of those guys that he just needs to be on the right team where
Mm-hmm.
he gets a chance to make his mistakes, get playing time and stuff. And I think that will change his trajectory. But
Mm-hmm.
man, he's talented though. He's talented.
He
He's
has
just got to
some
put it
talent.
together.
You think the
Yeah.
Celtics can use Pogashevsky for a backup four? You think Boston can use Pogashevsky? The Celtics?
Oh man, I don't want Boston to get poached. Damn, if
Imagine we
Boston
do.
gets in, Boston's already stacked, man. Boston don't need no more players, man. That's the most stacked team in
They
the
need a
league right
bench.
now.
The Celtics are stacked starting 5. They need a bench, in my opinion. If they could just get a bench in there, like maybe a backup small forward and power forward, oh, they're gonna be legit title contenders. I mean, they're legit
Yeah,
title
but
contenders now. You know what I mean?
they're legit title contenders now. I
Mhm.
mean, I think they need another. I think they only would need probably is another serviceable big, maybe,
Mhm.
and then maybe another point guard. I mean,
Yeah.
they don't really need another point guard because you don't really need the ball handling is still done mostly.
I don't
by
believe
Tatum
that.
yeah, I don't think they really
I don't
need
believe.
another
I
point
don't believe Boston.
guard.
Boston ain't winning no title no time soon.
Bro, I think this is the year. I think this is the year for them. I think this is the year. If they don't do it this year,
Man,
They'll
stop.
I
never
think they're
win.
gonna have to make some serious changes.
If they don't do it this year, they'll never win. Brown will probably be
Yeah,
traded. KP, who knows? The
They
Suns
have
could
the
go
they,
to
right.
they have the same. They have the same curse as the Sixers with the Embiid.
Interesting.
True. At the same time, this Celtics team looks kind of different. Because think about it, Drew Holiday was a champion with Giannis. And look, Giannis is a better player than Tatum. Consider this. Giannis is not the floor spacer Tatum is. And Drew Holiday won with you know what I mean, though. So now,
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
and Jaylen Brown, can we be honest, when healthy, is arguably better than Chris Middleton. Arguably. So I'm not picking Boston to win. I'm not. I'm saying that they have a legit chance to win because now Drew Holiday's job is easier now with 2 scorers, technically 3 with KP, and Derek White can score too, and he's a junkyard dog defensively on ball.
They still can't. They still can't beat Denver.
I don't think they'll beat the Nuggets. At the same time, I wouldn't be shocked because starting five is better than Denver. I'm not picking them to beat Denver. I'm not. I'm saying that they will give the Nuggets hell because if we look at starting
Wait a
five,
minute. What's their season record against Denver? If anybody.
0-1. They lost at home. 0-1. The Nuggets beat the Celtics in Boston.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, because the Nuggets ironically the Nuggets handed the Celtics the first home loss of the season at the time. Yeah.
If Boston win the championship, I'm shutting my channel down.
But you know who's the most disrespected player? Jamal Murray, man.
He's a dog.
Jamal Murray's got that lion in him, man. He's got the heart of a tiger, bro.
I
And
call
he
him
gets
Murray
no
Murray.
Only saying that shit. You only saying that shit because he's from Canada.
No, bro.
Stop.
Bro. Okay. You know how I know a player is good? I always judge it by this metric. His production goes up in the playoffs.
It
Doesn't
does.
go
He's a
down.
dog. It gets
He's a
better.
dog, bro. Bro, in clutch moments, I don't know what clutch matrix. I don't know what his clutch matrix is, but he's got to
Watch the
have a
eye
high
test.
clutch matrix, huh?
He got watched. He got also watched the eye test.
And the eye test too. In the clutch, when it's all on the line, that's the dude I want the ball in his hands.
Tell me
I
about
want
it.
the ball in Jamal Murray's hands, bro. This dude is a killer.
He is.
He's a sniper.
Anybody can be clutch when you got a Joker on your team.
That's not always
No,
true.
but no, bro. They listen. Joker can't do it by himself. Trust me. Murray is really the star, the straw that stirs.
He's drawn two defenders though.
I gotta be honest.
He's drawn. But the thing is, he's drawn two defenders, which is leaving his ass butt naked open.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Mike. He's the shot creator. Jokic is not a shot creator. And I'm saying
Bro,
in the clutch, when they need a basket, who you think they're going to? They're going to him.
The Canadian Blue Arrow, aka Jamal Murray. The Canadian Blue Arrow, Jamal Murray. Yes. Jokic could create some shot. He could. Murray's arguably the best shot creator in the clutch for the Nuggets. Arguably, other than Joker. Arguably.
Facts.
And don't sleep on and who knows? Maybe. And don't sleep on this. Don't be surprised if Michael Porter gets hot. I know Porter is streaky. Don't be surprised if Michael Porter gets hot. What do you think?
No, you're right. You're right.
What'd you say?
I'm tired of Michael Porter. I'm tired of him. He always gets hot against the Lakers. Like, bro.
Right. What do you think about Michael Porter, Infamous?
Listen, Porter, he's streaky. I do agree with you. He is streaky, but you're right though. Mike is right. Every time he sees the Lakers, his eyes get widened, and I don't know, man. He just has, at least like he has a vendetta against them. But Michael Porter's a great. He's filling out. He's getting into his zone. He stretches the offense. He's hitting his shots. You remember when he first came into the league? Well, I was worried about him. You know, people were saying that he wasn't going to live up to the contract. He's not as good as they projected him to be. But you know who's the real engine and the catalyst of that team though, that kind of doesn't get the respect is
Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon, AG can fly, can hit the corner three.
Very underrated pickup.
Yeah, big time. They traded RJ Hampton, Gary Harris to get AG, and that was huge. And he can pick you up full court. He's a great underrated player.
Great rebounder.
He's rebounding. Athletic freak.
Yep.
Can shoot the
I'm gonna tell you straight like this: if Porter hadn't had that back injury, he wouldn't have failed in Denver. The injury, you got to think that back injury made his stock go down, which means he fell in the lap of Denver. If he had stayed where he was before the back injury, I don't believe he goes to Denver.
More than likely.
Yeah. He would have gone probably to the Pistons or what's his name?
Pistons,
some
Bulls,
trash team. The
Pistons,
Bulls.
Yeah. Man, the Knicks should have drafted Michael Porter. How do we draft Kevin Knox over Porter? Like, what the heck?
Kevin Knox is ass. You see that? He ass.
Mm-hmm.
I will admit, Mike, you're right about that. But I was one of the people that was concerned about the back injury too. I thought he was going to be.
That's why he fell to Denver, because of the back. That's why he fell.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but I never thought he was going to be that player that he is right now. I thought he was going to be below expectation. I didn't think he was going to live up to the expectation. But he's been a pretty good, solid player, so far. So I have no complaint. His IQ is a little bit. Sometimes his ball IQ is a bit. Yeah. His ball IQ is a bit questionable sometimes, but other than that, I think he's doing great. He's doing well.
Hey guys.
So,
what's up, X-Man?
What's up, Playboy?
Who do y'all think gonna win this year?
The championship got the Nuggets. For me, I'm still sticking to Denver Nuggets. I think they go back to back for me.
I hope they do. I mean, the only issue I have with the Nuggets is that they seem they have a trouble maintaining leads. Like they'll get a big comfortable lead, and then for some reason they'll all of a sudden just start slipping drastically. Then they have to overperform in a clutch. They were doing that all last year. They was doing it all last year against the Lakers, and they could have had a decisive victory, but then they just kept struggling in a clutch. And then it's like it's like you're giving them that. You're giving people that. You're giving people that uncertainty about how great your team is.
Good
Like
point. They need a bench
you have
too.
maintain just when you have that big lead, maintain it. Like
That's true. That's true. They need a bench too. If the Nugs can just get a bench in there, the Nugs will be dangerous. They just need a bench.
yeah, and I think they got rid of some
Eh,
of their bench play from the championship year.
Jeff
So
Green and
they,
Bruce Brown. Jeff Green and Bruce Brown. Yeah.
yeah.
yeah, X-Men. You know why I'm never worried about Denver? Every time I
Mm-hmm.
see them in a situation where they're down, they never seem to panic. You notice that?
Right.
I never
Mm-hmm.
really see them go out of their schemes or anything to panic to say, "Oh my gosh, they never rush anything. They always seem like they're confident that they can come back and win a game. So I
Right.
never really worry about that aspect.
Mhm.
But I do understand it is concerning because you're not going to be able to do that against all teams. But
Mhm.
they're so confident. You could tell they're so confident in their
Mhm.
abilities and their players that
Of
they don't
course.
worry about anything, man.
And
They
have a
just play
nice
within
starting five. And have a nice starting five.
nice starting
Yeah.
five.
Jamal
Yeah.
Murray, Kateris Pope, Michael Porter, Aaron Gordon, Nikola
I,
Jokic. Whew.
I like the Nuggets because, well, first off, based off what Infamous said about them, the way they perform in the clutch. But I really like the way they play. I really like the way they play. I really like that there's a lot of post up from Jokic. There's a really good mid range game. I do like the ball movement. I do like the
You seen
shot.
it?
Like that's what I'm saying. I would love for them to win back to back and slowly maybe because if they win back to back, they might slowly shift. The NBA the way NBA's play back. You know,
Mhm.
reverse it to some extent, bring back some basic fundamentals of the game. But like I said, it's just that lack of depth is my problem. That lack of depth and that
Yeah,
not
they need to
maintaining
fix that
leads.
depth.
Those two things not got to get fixed. Like at
If
some
I'm the
point.
Nuggets, I want to ask you a question. Do you think Denver should go after Otto Porter or Marcus Morris? Denver?
Hmm. I have not watched enough Otto Porter even make that assertion.
Okay, what about Marcus Morris?
Probably,
Okay.
yeah.
What do you think,
I mean,
Anthony?
I think even the smallest amount of help would really benefit them because they don't need star talent. They just need a little more depth on the bench.
Jeff, yeah.
Right. So
Mhm.
just so even as small as a help, it would be fine.
Yeah. The fact that the Nuggets are barely on TV is kind of sad, in my opinion. Like some of these teams
Yeah.
should have way more TV games. Like the Magic. I know they had a bad loss to the Hawks. Still, the Magic of overachieved. The Pacers. I mean, the Thunder, the T-Wolves. These teams should be featured more on TV. Not that, no
You know,
disrespect to you, go Mike. Not the Dame Lakers all the time. But yeah, no
But I
disrespect.
told listen, that has
the
been one of
TV
my
won't
biggest. Go ahead, X-Men. Sorry.
they won't because of marketability. Not Jokic is more like he's a completely fundamental player like Tim Duncan,
Mhm.
so they already didn't like that. Then also they already was really upset because the Nuggets and the Heat were not supposed to make the finals last year. That was a complete like shock that both teams they were expecting looked like they were expecting the Lakers versus Celtics finals. So when
Mhm.
that Nugget versus like Heat finals came up, that caught everybody off guard, and I'm pretty sure the NBA just was just not happy. You can just tell like following the following year, early on this year when the season started on Undisputed on ESPN, multiple like commentators were just straight up taking shots at the coach Mike Malone, taking shots at Jokic, taking shots at the Nuggets. Like you can tell the league is just not happy.
Yeah, they
Like
were criticizing the Nuggets for some
yeah,
reason. Yeah.
yeah, they messed up the market. They messed up the whole marketing product based
Man,
off that.
stop hating, Gideon. X-Men. Gideon got to stop hating, man. It's Laker town, baby.
No disrespect. I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm saying
I mean,
give it a chance.
like I said, the Lakers are the most profitable team in the history of the league. So I can understand that the Lakers get the most games. I'm just saying that they should still cover the Nuggets though, because since they're the defending champions, they should
I'm
still.
gonna be
That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
gonna be disrespectful. I'm gonna be disrespectful. Here's the reason why, Gideon. What you said is completely on point. Here's the reason why you got to start marketing these players. These star players are getting old. They're getting phased
Mhm.
out. You got
That's
to
Yes.
right.
start developing new stars.
Give me Ant-Man,
If you don't put
SBA.
these new teams,
Mhm.
if you don't put these teams that if you put these teams in the background and don't showcase them on national television, guess what's going to happen? You
Mhm.
have to
True,
start doing that. The league has got to start doing that.
The NBA is
Exactly.
in a lot of trouble if you're not realize the future looks really bleak right now. If you do not realize originally
No, I
I
disagree. I
wouldn't
disagree
say
with that.
bleak. There's some trouble marketing wise right now because
Yeah, Martin Rodgers.
originally they was trying to get Kevin Durant, but then that Durant going to the Warriors thing messed up.
Mhm.
They tried to get Kyrie at one point, push Kyrie, but then that his stint with the Clippers hasn't been what we thought it was. and now they're not even they don't want to give attention to Giannis or like players like Giannis
Yeah, the
or players
Bucks are
like
barely on
because
TV.
they're
Yeah.
foreign and they're
Mhm.
dominating NBA and so so they're just kind of like marketing does not look good right now.
Yeah, that's a good
The
point,
only
though.
pushback I have towards that they love Luca though. Come on now.
Yeah,
You know they love Luca.
yeah,
They don't kind of like
They want to
Luka.
give Luca the MVP so bad.
At
of
the
course.
same
They
time, the
want
Mavs are barely on TV. That is
To be
true.
fair though, I think it's nice to point out that Luca he's signed to the Jordan brand, so that could be a slight difference. That could probably be the reason
Mhm.
that they look nicer to Luca.
Fair enough. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, but they love Luca. They love Luca. So I do agree with you with the foreign players. They don't really want to push foreign players that much. But I'm saying in order for the league to survive going forward from past the Currys or the LeBrons, the players that are getting older and will be phased out soon. The one thing
Yeah.
I can say about the new players, they want to compete. They're not
yeah.
looking at they're not starstruck by some of these players. They're not looking at these players like, oh my gosh, there's LeBron in front of me. Oh my gosh, I'm melting. No, they want to compete.
Yeah.
They want to go at you.
As
So
it
I
should
think
be.
that the
As it
competitive
should be.
nature
Mhm.
will still be there for the future. And we got to start marketing. Gideon made a great point, man. You got to start putting some
Give
of
other teams a
these
chance.
no-name players on TV.
I
Go
said,
ahead.
give Fox a bonus. Like,
Uh,
give Fox a
Fox,
bonus.
Sabonis, yeah,
Yeah.
like guys like that. I like
Ant-Man,
Sabonis.
Gobert, Cat, SGA,
Like,
Shed. Like,
Yes, yes.
Like even if they don't, even if they perform poorly or their team or they're not doing a good
even
job
Von
leadership
Carroll. I wouldn't
wise,
mind seeing Von Carroll.
that's okay as long as you promote them as the future so that we can be prepared. Because it's like
Halliburton, Siakam, yeah.
yeah,
Correct.
I'm like, yeah, it's like because like I said, that whole thing that happened last year with them making the finals, that wouldn't have been that big of a deal if they were preparing for alternative teams. They put all their eggs in that one basket. So when the Celtics and Lakers, either the
Mhm.
Celtics or Lakers, or in best case scenario, both was going to happen. They put all the
Mhm.
eggs in that one basket. Then when it didn't happen, they was like, oh, what are we going to do now? Because we didn't market either one of those teams to be in the finals.
Even the Clippers don't get TV games. Here's how disrespectful it is. Even the Clippers, who are a super team, don't get TV games.
Right?
Come
That's
on,
crazy.
like
It's
that's
fucking
crazy.
crazy. And no, you know what? They're not gonna get a Clippers TV games because they were wrong about the Clippers. Remember when James Harden first joined the team? They was going on a losing
Yeah,
streak,
we
and
were wrong during the
they
5-game
were talking
slide. We're not moving. Yeah, and
yeah,
by
they
the
were
way, I
talking
have a
straight
number to
crap.
private
They were
chat.
talking straight crap about the Clippers, and then I was talking straight crap about the Clippers myself. And then they went on a streak, and then all of a sudden, all the media just went straight quiet. Just never talked about Clippers ever again since they suddenly started playing better.
Right,
Yeah.
and by the way, I have my number in the private chat. By the way, X-Men, if you wanted. So yeah, so the Clippers
G
after
money,
the slow. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
who's G money?
it's me.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah, it's me. So what was I saying? Oh yeah. So if you want the numbers in the chat, and also another thing too, the Clippers have, even though they lost today, well yesterday I should say, because it's at the midnight my time, they are a deep team though. They just need to just continue to execute, move the ball, continue to move themselves, swing the ball, they'll be fine. I want to ask you, X-Man, do you think the Clippers have to win the chip this year? I think they do.
They do, but I honestly don't think they will. Just to be honest, like they're not my favorites as far as like who's gonna win. I don't even
True.
have them on the list. Like I said, I'm more so praising them because they shut my mouth. Like I was talking straight crap about them, and then they shut my mouth and went on that streak. So they've been performing better than I was expecting. But I mean, it's just logically thinking, it looks more like the Nuggets or at least the Celtics seem to be more on the list of winning right now.
Agreed.
I don't know. I would love to say them. I would love to say the Miami Heat, but I don't know how many times can Jimmy Butler keep pulling off those crazy playoff.
The Heat are, you
runs.
never know with the Heat. The Heat are a sneaky team.
I never know anymore. Like I said, look, Jimmy Butler did that twice now in the past like 2 years.
Not just him. Again, Scary Terry. I know Scary Terry's struggling. I think he'll get his feet under him. I think Jaime Jaquez is a dog. I mean, if the Heat are healthy, they're gonna be a tough out, man.
Yeah, like I said, this would be less problematic if there was more overall fundamental basketball. But
yeah,
I think the problem with the Heat this year, I think getting rid of Kyle Lowry was a huge mistake. I think they're going to lack that leadership because they don't have Udonis Haslam is retired, and I think they're going to really suffer in the playoffs with the lack of veteran leadership. And I think that's the thing that they're going to lack the most. Scary Terry, you got to think about it. Scary Terry has never been in the position that he is in right now with the Heat. You know what I mean? He's going to be in the playoffs. He's going to be in a pressure-filled situation. How is he going to perform in that situation? He's never been in that situation. You know
It's
what
a
I mean?
mental game more than anything.
With expectation. It's okay to be on the Charlotte Hornets where there's no expectations. You could play any way you want. You
Right.
lose, it doesn't matter. You know, you lose, you go home, you kiss your girlfriend, you kiss your wife, and go to bed. But now he's on a team that has expectations. You know,
Of
they have a
title, not just
culture.
to make of title. The Heat have expectations of a
Right,
title.
right. You're
And that
expected
Lillard-
as a Heat representative to make it as far as possible, all the way. So we'll see how he handles these new expectations that are put
Yeah,
on.
like I said, they already. I think they had already messed up that Lillard trade that was supposed to happen. They already like screwed up on that one. So
Yeah, and even though
if
Milwaukee has turned things
they
around the
would have
last
got
2
Lillard, it
games,
probably wouldn't have that big of a deal.
look, I like Damian Lillard. Dame's a great player. Other than the first round, I think Dame's kind of overrated in the playoffs. Other than the first round,
Of course, no, everybody knows he's overrated. But that's okay because he's not the lead.
in the playoffs, Dame's not
He
that good
wouldn't
in
have
the
been a
playoffs.
leader on the team. Right.
Right.
But I mean, we mostly seen him as like a leadership in a leadership position. I'm saying if we probably put him in a lesser position, it probably wouldn't be that, because the stakes are even more, the pressure is even mostly on you when you're a leader more than anybody else.
True.
So if
Yeah.
if we take him out of a leadership position, the pressure will probably be a little less on him, and he'd probably be able to perform a little more consistently in the playoffs.
Mhm. Yes, he has to be the
That's what I
number
was
2
saying.
option.
Coach. Yeah.
He
I
has to be
gotta
the
ask
number
you
2.
guys. Do you really think that Lillard would have made a difference on the Heat? I don't think so, man. Because you
I mean,
remember,
we
he
will
played.
never know. We will
No,
never
let me
know.
give you the reason why. Lillard
Mhm.
is now being exposed on the national stage because I didn't know how bad his defense was until he became a Milwaukee Buck. You know what I
Good
mean?
point. It's bad.
So
It's terrible.
he's not gonna have that luxury. If he was on the Heat, for example, who was gonna cover up those mistakes on the Heat?
Good point.
Because he's got to be able to defend his position on the Heat.
Right. That's a good point.
You see what I'm
That's a
saying?
good point. Yeah, I
Mhm.
didn't think about that. Yeah.
So
Good
I think
point.
he would have been exposed. I think he would have been exposed even more.
Good possibility. And him and Butler, yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
Good point. Well,
Think
yeah,
about
good
it.
point.
Butler is the only guy. Giannis is able to cover up a little bit. I mean, he's
True.
not perfect, but Giannis is able to cover up a little bit. So can you imagine him on the Heat where he doesn't have anybody to cover up his bad defense?
Good point.
Yeah.
It would
that
look
happens.
super ugly.
More
Like
likely.
King Kong and Godzilla had a baby together, man.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
What y'all think about what y'all think about Victor?
Wemby's a
Rookie Victor?
beast. Wemby's a beast.
He's the future. He's the future.
I think he's a
I don't
beast.
know if
I just watched this game though against when he played the Lakers. I really want him to play in the post more. Like he's shooting
Yeah, I agree.
way
Yeah,
too.
Yeah, I agree.
He's 7'4".
He has a
Like
bang.
stop
He has a bang
yeah,
in the
like
block.
stop putting him in a post. Stop putting him behind the three. I understand it. It's a spectacle that they want to shoot threes and show that they great people want to shoot as a big man. But I need him in the we need him in the post. Like, I don't know what the Spurs are doing. Put him in the post.
He's like 7 feet. Don't shoot threes all the time. He's struggling from 3 this year. Yeah.
At least offensively, if not defensively, at least offensively, put him in the post. Like,
yeah, make him back down.
He's
back
7'4". He can bully just about everybody on the court. Like put this man
True.
in the post and feed him
It's
the
also
ball.
Don't you think you need to add some weight first? You need to add some muscle on.
True.
Of course. He does, but I'm just saying, like, if you got to start in the post and then start and add weight as the time goes on.
Agreed.
Yeah. I'm not worried about Wemby because remember when I'm not saying he's gonna fill out like this guy, but remember when does anybody remember like what Giannis looked like when he first came in the league?
Frail. He was frail. Yeah.
Frail. Yeah. He was just like Wemby. And I say just give it time. I say in his third year he's gonna be a beast. In his third year he's gonna be running things because again this is his first year, not just his first year in the NBA, his first year on American soil, getting used to American customs. First year on an American team. So there's a lot of things that he has to adjust to. And I think once because remember, when you go through the league one time, right? When you go through the league one time, players are going to adjust. Players are going to adjust. That's why your second year is tough because then you got to adjust. They figured you out. Now you're on the scouting report. Now they got charts and everything, diagramming how you move, what your tendencies are, etc. So it's going to be tough his second year, but now it's for you to make the adjustment going into the third year of the adjustment they made to you. So going into his third year, I think that's where he's going to really take off. But you can see the talent, the skill, and trust me, there's nobody in the league like him. Like he's the real unicorn. Not what they call him, the alien. They call him the alien. He's embracing that. But yeah, he's the real unknown factor, man. And he's out of this world. And here's the thing. Here's the scary part. A lot of people are not talking about this. There's another dude in France. I can't remember his name right now. That is just like him. They're coming. They're pushing them out. This is going to be the future of the NBA. There's guys coming down the pipeline. Pause. That are going to be just like him. That are going to be just like him.
I think
that prototype. That same prototype. Go ahead.
I mean, it looks like the foreign league is about to take the foreign stars are about to take over the NBA. It looks like they're like it looks like it's about to happen. To be honest, just because, like I said, the foreign players that they're bringing the best of the best from their players to the NBA, and those players are just they're not only talented athletes, but they're just so skilled. They're just so fundamentally sound, and it's just like it. They're just more fundamentally sound than everyone in the league, every other player in the league, and it just looks like it looks like we're about to have foreign players dominate the NBA in a few years. And even like American players are going to be dominating the NBA as much.
That's true. And Wemby, athletic, can get into the fast break. He could athletic get into the fast break. If he can, like I said, if he can just add more muscle and can work on, just being stronger, he will be. I think when his career is over, I think he'll be a Hall of Famer. I think if I had to guess Wemby's career, I'm saying when his career is over, I think he'll be an MVP. I think he'll be a DPOY. I think he'll get a Finals MVP. That's what I think. I think we'll get some All-Stars in there when his career is over. What do you think? That's my guess with Wemby.
Like I said, I have no problem with them building around him, but so you have to have your overall game put together so that they can build around you. I'm saying like if they get him a bunch of, like I said, I know maybe I'm just speaking too soon.
He needs more talent too. He needs more talent on his team.
Yeah, I'm probably just speaking too soon, but I'm just saying I really think like it is best if they probably try to treat him a little bit more like a Tim Duncan like player. But have him play make and score in a post a little more, and then start building around from there. We'll get some shooters from there, get some passers from there. Like if we have him playing like a guard and getting them other passes and other shooters, like what would that really? I don't know if it would accomplish as much as we like.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point, X-Man. I agree with you on that. I think they need to develop his insight because you know what, that will also make him more tougher as well. Because I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm just going by the eye test and just by the body language. He doesn't have that fire in him yet.
He doesn't.
Notice I say
he needs that.
Right.
He needs to develop that fire where you dunk on me, I'm coming back. I'm coming at you. Like he doesn't have that fire in him yet.
Not being scared to fail.
Yeah, not being scared to fail. Not, that's what I need to see, and I don't see it yet. And that's a little bit of what's concerning me about him. But he sounds like a very intelligent kid. He'll figure it out. He'll work it out. And sometimes maybe there's things that we don't see behind the scenes. But I think he's gonna be the future, man.
True. And speaking of future, Speaking of future, let's make our top 8. Let's make a prediction for 8 teams who think will make the playoffs in the East and West. What 8 teams do you think will make the playoffs in the East and the West, in your opinion?
That's a long list. I mean, I can think of which team be the top.
Yeah. Do you mean like
it doesn't need to be in order? It doesn't need to be in order. I'm saying that let's just start with the East. It doesn't.
Are you talking about teams that would make the playoffs in the East?
They'll make the playoffs. Yeah. They'll make the playoffs. Okay. Yeah. It doesn't need to be in order.
I think it's pretty obvious.
I think at this point, over nearly half the season is over. So I think the records that we have now is pretty much what we're going to see in the playoffs. Like,
yeah.
So
the top 8 teams for that.
Yeah, Celtics right now is Celtics, Cavs, Bucks, Knicks, Sixers, Pacers, Heat, Magic. Yeah, I think those teams will be in the playoffs. Yeah.
In the Western Conference, the only thing that would possibly change is if the Lakers or Warriors perform well in the play-in and happen to sneak in the playoff run. But outside of that, I just think the East and Western Conference, they're pretty much going to look how it looks.
Yeah, I think the Lakers and Warriors are going to both miss the playoffs. Still being the play-in, I think they both miss the playoffs. Because look at the West. T-Wolves, Thunder, Nuggets as 3, Clips, Kings, Suns 6, Pelicans, Mavs. I think all those teams will get in. I think the Lakers and Warriors miss out barely.
Oh, just to answer Pagan, I guess you don't take Jamal Murray seriously then. Okay. All right. Okay. Back. Yeah. Just cooked you. But anyway, getting back to
I want
the
Eric,
East.
I really
go ahead.
I don't know if I really want Eric Spoelstra to win a champion because I feel like Eric Spoelstra really deserves it. Like just the way he's put together these teams.
Hall of Fame coach.
I would love for him to at least win a championship, another championship. You know,
this is the year.
I would like Mike Brown to win a championship because he's
already won one. Technically, Eric Spoelstra's won one. He's won one.
I'm saying post LeBron. Post LeBron might meet.
Okay. Fair enough.
Because I'm saying because he's done just about everything but that at this point. Like he's literally won one of the few coaches to win 600 plus games on one franchise.
Right.
He's led two completely underperforming teams to the finals and have them overperform and make the finals.
Could be three.
He drastically changed the trajectory of Jimmy Butler. I mean, I when I was with Jimmy Butler, I definitely didn't see him as some type of leader because I remember him when he was on the Bulls, and then and seeing him amongst other teams, I just didn't see him as like some guy who can like lead a team like that. But seeing him on the Heat, like that drastically changed my opinion. Like seeing his stint with the Heat, like.
Spo's a great coach. Great coach. Teaches defense, teaches offense. I mean,
ball movement to score. Yeah, if he could win a championship, that would be a nice cementing of his legacy. Same with Mike Brown. I think Mike Brown has won championships, but he's won championships as an assistant.
Assistant with the Warriors. Right. Assistant with the Warriors. Yeah.
He was assistant of the Spurs too. I think before the Cavs, he was assistant of the Spurs and won championship. Then he became the head coach of the Cavs. And, for that stretch,
Cavs, and then went to the Warriors, and then he went to the Lakers. He went to the Lakers,
briefly. Right. He had that nice successful stint with the Warriors for their last 3 championships, and then he just had that. He just completely turned the Kings around and gave them a playoff run that they haven't hit in like 2 decades.
They haven't been there until 2006. They haven't made the playoffs before him since 2006. Yeah.
Yeah,
those
are coaches I would love to see win, like at least win another chip.
Because he won as an assistant with the Spurs in 2003 and 3 times with the Warriors. 17, 18, 22. So and one assistant with the Spurs in 2003. Mike Brown. If he brings the Kings to first up, if he brings the Sacramento Kings to title, wow.
That would be a nice moment for a legacy. I mean, as a coach, that'd be like a nice fitting ending to his career.
He's a 2-time coach of the year. You think he's a Hall of Fame coach right now? 2-time coach of the year, NBCA coach of the year, All-Star Game head coach. Do you think Mike Brown's a Hall of Fame coach right now? Mike Brown?
Of course, Hall of Fame. Of course, I think he would make it in Hall of Fame. I think
he's a Hall of Fame coach now. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I want him to be in the list of like all-time great coaches in the future. Like in the most likely way that would happen is if he wins a championship.
Very, very possible. What do you think? Infamous? Do you think Mike Brown is a Hall of Fame coach right now? Just overall coach. Overall, because coaching isn't just heckler; it could be assistant too.
He wouldn't be on my list. I'll be honest. He doesn't. He wouldn't be on my list.
Okay.
No, I think he needs to accomplish more.
What do you think needs to do to be a Hall of Fame coach in your opinion?
I'll be honest with you, man. I don't really think about coaches as Hall of Famers, man. They don't really register with me. But I don't know. Maybe win a couple more win a couple championships. I don't know.
Right.
Honestly, I don't know. But to me, he doesn't move the needle with me. I don't know. I've never really put him up in that status, in that stratosphere. But hey, that's just me.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Phoenix.
Right.
What do you guys think the Phoenix Suns are going to do this year?
I say first or second round. I say they lose in the first or second round.
Yeah.
Yeah. Their lack of defense is. Yeah. Go ahead.
You need more
I wanted
depth.
them to go far, but they're like I said. They said in a few games ago was that they're like one of the worst shooting teams in the fourth quarter. So
Yeah,
that's terrible.
they got to make some amends on that.
I gave up on them after that first game they played against the Lakers in the beginning of the season. That's when I said, okay,
Mm.
like what the like I was right to give up on them. People thought I was exaggerating, but I saw that right then and there. That first game they played against the Lakers, they were destroying them by like 25 some points, and we that was in
They
the
were
first
playing
half.
iso ball. Yeah.
Right. We thought they was going to keep going. They was either going to keep going and keep destroying them, or they were going to maintain a lead. Somehow in the fourth quarter, they went nearly scoreless for like 7 minutes. The first 7 or 8 minutes of the fourth quarter, and then let the Lakers come back and then beat them. I'm like,
Yeah,
right
they
then
were
there, I was
taking
like,
iso ball, swing that
right then
ball.
there, I almost gave up. Yeah, I gave up on them immediately after that because that was ridiculous. That don't even make sense. Like that don't even make sense for you to be leading by that much. Yeah, score nearly 0 points after like 7-8 minutes to the point that the opposing team catch up. That's terrible.
Did you know the Phoenix Suns? I think are second behind the Wizards' biggest blown leads this year. Like what the heck?
Yeah, that don't make sense. Like what is with these
No,
teams
no,
blowing leads?
I
They don't know how to maintain leads. And like,
I made a mistake. I meant to say the Suns are second behind the Wizards are being up at half and losing. My fault. Yeah, you know what I mean. The Suns are, I think, they're number 2 behind the Wizards, are leading at halftime and losing. Yeah, that's tough.
To me, the Suns,
Yeah.
they're a great regular season team. They're going to win a lot. They're going to win a lot during the regular season. But when in the playoffs, it's about the defense. When the defensive pressure is turned up, they don't have players that can lock down other players on other teams. Like they don't have any lockdown defenders. So their only way, in my opinion, that they're going to have to, their strategy in the playoffs is we're going to outscore you. We're going to have to keep outscoring you to win because they don't have the defense or the bench to sustain any kind of lead in the playoffs. So when the pressure gets tight and you need a certain stop, you need a couple stops, they're not going to be able to do it. I don't think they're going to have the wherewithal to do that because they don't have the players to do that. Think about it. The players they have on their team are all offensive players. Their top players are all offensive.
Good point.
Yeah,
and the problem is that they don't have, as much as they have great offensive players, they're not by far the best offensive team. So that's the only way you can say
offense is up and down. Their offense is streaky.
Right, that's the only way you can outscore. That's the only way that outscoring stuff could work in the playoffs, and even then, it doesn't even fully work, right?
No.
Like I said, the last time I seen a team even make it far doing that was the Cavs in 2017 and 2018. They was doing that run and gun style.
Would you say Golden State as well?
They do, but they play a lot of defense. Though. Golden State did do run and gun style, but they played a lot.
Yeah, Golden State plays defense. You're right. Golden
They
State
have a
does
lot of
play
ball.
defense.
They have really good ball movement. They have really good ball movement.
Oh, their ball movement's on another level.
Yeah,
their back cuts are like solid.
And they weren't just shooting threes. People just think, the Warriors were just a 3-point shooting team. They were not. They had mid-range. That guys like
they had a really good mid-range game. Like they had a really good mid-range game during every championship run.
David West, Curry can hit mid-range when he wants to. Yeah.
And that's why KD was able to transition well in Golden State because KD is with a really good mid-range shooter. So they use for a lot of mid-range shots, and they had him play off ball. So that fit well within their system. The Suns are pretty good at mid range, but they like I said their defense is not that good, and like I said, even though they can score well, they don't have by far the best offensive players in the league, right? So they can't run them out the gym like the Cavs are doing in 2017, 2018. And like I said, even the Cavs, like I said, even that shtick runs out once you make the finals. Like that only works for so long. If you're gonna run into a team that's too good, and that run and gun stuff is not gonna cut it. You gotta bring something to the table.
Right.
Yeah, so another team that has to break through, in my opinion, even though we don't really believe in this team, the Milwaukee Bucks. This team has to win a chip, in my opinion.
Yeah, they do because they brought Damian. Once they brought Damian Lillard,
once they brought Damian, yep,
and Pat Bev too. You got Gallinari.
I think Giannis this year on the offseason was like getting like post up moves from Hakeem Olajuwon. Once he did that, made that public, he's getting post up from Hakeem Olajuwon, and then he got Damian Lillard. Right then and now, now you got to win a chip. Like if it would have been
you got to win this year,
right? You got to win this year. You got to win the chip this year because then what's going to be the excuse if you don't win? You got Damian Lillard, and you were a top team in the West before Damian Lillard. So the,
Yeah, but Damon is really getting exposed though. Like he's like that guy that was protected and then now he has no security around him. Now you see him for
mhm.
he really is. Like all
And you know,
the superpowers have
That-
been stripped
and
down.
here's what right, and here's what kills me. I hate when people. I'm sorry for interrupting. I hate when people make
All
this
right.
crappy. Oh, they didn't have a team of point. He did. He had Norman Powell, 6 Man of the Year
Yeah.
candidate. You had Melo, Hall of Famer, Aldridge, Hall of Famer, Mo Williams, All Star, Chris Kaman, All Star, CJ, top 10. I'm saying at that time, shooting guard at that time. I'm top 15 shooting guard at that time. Not all time. I'm saying at that time. You know, who can score? Yes, Seth Curry, sharpshooter. Rodney Hood could score. You had Allen Crabbe, sharpshooter. Dame had a team. He had Alfred Aminu, 3-and-D guy. Wes Matthews, 3-and-D guy. No, Nick Batum, 3-and-D guy. Dame had good teams in Portland. He just didn't win.
Here's the problem though. It's unfortunate, but here's the problem: the fact that Giannis is the captain and the leader of the Bucks. If it doesn't work out, even if Dame gets exposed, Giannis is still going to get the criticism because he's the leader.
Right.
It is what it is.
Right.
If you're the leader, they expect you to get everybody in check. As the leader, they expect you with the leader and the coach.
But you know what, X? I think they're gonna give them grace. Here's the reason why I think they're gonna get grace. They kind of gave themselves grace by bringing in Doc, because they can use the excuse that, hey, we made a coaching change pretty much in the middle of the season. Doc hasn't given a chance to implement his offense or his system. So next year, when he has a full training camp, blah 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 blah, and he's able to implement his system, then we'll be a better team. So they bought themselves a little bit of grace, but I will say this: they still have to make it to at least, in my opinion, to at least the Eastern Conference Finals. If they lose in the Eastern Conference Final, it's not too bad because they're going to say,
depends how they lose, though. Depends who and how.
Yeah, it's always depending on how you lose. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
I mean, like I said, as long as the series is competitive and they lose in the Eastern Conference Finals, they'll probably get grace. But if they somehow lose
get
in the
blown out
first or second round, or if they lose somehow in the second or first round, that grace is not going
unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Yeah,
unacceptable. Right.
But they can always fall. But here's the thing: they can always fall back on the Doc situation. They can always fall back, and Doc took over the team mid-season, pretty much, and he hasn't had a chance to really implement his system. Blah blah blah. So they can use that to fall back on, which will give them a little bit of grace. But I do agree with you; they should make it all the way. This is their window to win a championship.
Because Dame will get old. Dame is old. Lopez is old. Middleton's old. Pat Bev is old. Like,
you know what the problem is? They should have got when they had a chance to get rid of Middleton. They should have got rid of Middleton. I don't know why they kept Middleton. They should have got rid of him.
They should have just traded him for a good piece back. Why did you trade?
Yeah, they should have traded him before it was. Because we know he's injury prone. I don't know why they kept him. Because
I really don't care about that. It's like he does it. It's I really
maybe because it costs less money.
Yeah, but here's the thing: you got rid of your point guard, who was your perimeter defender in Drew Holiday, and you kept Middleton when you should have did the opposite.
You should have traded Middleton for a good piece back. Why did you trade Grayson Allen too? People forget Grayson Allen's balling for the
Suns. They made some dumb moves.
That was retarded.
Why? I don't understand. What was the story behind them getting Doc? Why did they get Doc Rivers and fire the Portland?
I have no idea.
Because they was doing good, even with the former coach. So I don't see why.
Adrian Griffin. They didn't need it.
Yeah, Adrian Griffin was the problem. Apparently, the team didn't have trust and they didn't believe in him. They behind closed doors, they were saying he doesn't know what he's doing, because you got to remember, to be fair, Adrian Griffin was a first-time head coach. This was his first year.
He's doing a great job. 30 and
I don't know if I would say he's the.
Okay,
I mean, I would say he's doing a great job, but
I would say he did a great job. I wouldn't say that. He always looked like a deer in headlights to me. Do you ever watch him? He always looked like he was above his pay grade every time he was coaching. He looked like he didn't know what the appearance and the aesthetics. He didn't give confidence. He always looked like he was like, damn it, I'm panicking here. Help me out. He always gave that impression when he coached. And I was always saying that their first mistake was hiring him. I think he needed a little bit more seasoning. I think he should have started with a lower, like a Charlotte Hornets or like a lower level team before he was given a big team like this. But you know what I think they were trying to do? I think they were trying to duplicate the Nick Nurse effect, where they bring in a guy like him. Nick Nurse took over a team with new players, and took them all the way to the championship, which was the Raptors. So I think they were trying to maybe duplicate that same success because it's a copycat league. So they're
Yeah.
we
Right.
bring him in. He's plucked from the tree of Nick Nurse. So maybe he has some of Nick Nurse's strategies. We bring him in. We bring in Dame. This may be the formula that we need to take us all the way. I think that's.
You also
what
got Pat
they were
Bev,
looking at.
Gallinari. Not just that, you also got Gallinari, Pat Bev. Like, you made some.
I mean, we
I
could
just,
argue that he didn't always look like he knew what he's doing, but the results do kind of. But the results are saying that they still were like the top 3 seed in the league.
30 and 13.
I mean,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
Oh, but here's a difference. Here's a difference.
Fine, I can. Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm saying
No, I was
if
gonna say-
they're performing fine as a team collectively, all
Right.
these issues that he's having, they have time to fix that versus just firing him
Here,
in the middle of the season.
Yeah,
here's
they
the
didn't need to
difference.
find.
I'll
I
explain.
do agree. I'm sorry.
Yeah, here's the difference. Here's the difference, X-Man. He is a first-time year head coach, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you take a first-time year head coach into the playoffs with no experience, when backsides get tight and the pressure starts to mount, you want a veteran coach in there that's been there before, that knows how to deal with those pressure. And here's the second thing: you also need a veteran coach to coach a superstar team like a Dame Lillard, like a Giannis. Right. You can't because they respect him. Doc is, whether we like Doc or not, Doc is respected. Everybody respects Doc.
Right.
This guy, Adrian Griffin, we don't know you, nigga. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what have you done? This is your first job. This is your first resume. We don't know you. We know Doc. Whether we disagree with him or not, we know him.
I'm just saying the situation defeats logic. Like what you're saying is true.
I agree.
By that point, they should have just hired Doc from the beginning, or like Doc from the beginning, a better head coach from the beginning. It makes no sense to hire this rookie head coach.
Was he available? Was he available at that time?
Nick Nurse was available. He was.
Yeah,
I'm saying, but even if they didn't hire Doc Rivers, any better, I'm saying it doesn't make sense to hire a rookie head coach, and then when they're doing great all throughout the season, they're top team in the league. To then suddenly fire in the middle of the season because other players don't believe in them. That kind of defeats the purpose. Like, I'm pretty sure
I agree with you. You make that's a good point.
But
why would you hire? You're right though. Why would you hire a guy who's never coached, never been a head coach in his life?
Crazy.
Like he's, you know what I mean? Like Adrian Griffin has never been a head coach. Never. He has no experience. Zero. Zilch.
He's always been assistant coach. Yeah.
He's always been assistant. Yeah. And even when he was an assistant, he wasn't that great of an assistant.
He was okay at best. Yeah. Okay at best, yeah.
Yeah. But,
I don't understand. They could have gotten Nick Nurse to begin with, though. Nick Nurse.
But when you bring in I was going to say, when you bring in a player like Dame, your whole trajectory and all your expectations change with that one move. So you got to have a guy that is experienced to man that ship. Yeah. You can't bring in a rookie guy, man. No, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, Nick Nurse to me should have been. Nick Nurse should have been the coach for the Bucks. Again, we would never know what would have happened. Nurse was there. We would never know. It's all what if it didn't happen. I think if he had Nurse on his team, I think it would have been a different thing because he preaches defense. He preaches on ball defense, backdoor cuts. I think Nick Nurse would have made things a lot easier for the Bucks, in my opinion.
But you know what was the first sign that this guy was not a good? Do you remember who quit before the season started?
Terry Stotts.
Terry Stotts quit. Wasn't that kind of strange? That was my first clue. I was like, wait a minute, Terry Stotts quit. I've never seen a coach just quit like that.
Way too
there must
soon.
Be something behind the scenes that's not right for this man just to quit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was a first red flag. I'm like, damn, he quit? He just quit like that for no reason? So I thought that was the first red flag because I think what would have happened, I think they might have used Terry Stotts. Like if they fired Adrian Griffin during the season, Terry Stotts would have probably been the guy to take over. You see what I'm saying? Instead of Doc. That might have been the route they were going. But apparently the rumor was that Terry Stotts was saying that Adrian Griffin doesn't know what he's doing. Like he doesn't know shit. And Terry Stotts knew what he was doing, and the team was gravitating more to what Terry Stotts was doing than listening to Adrian Griffin. And I guess Adrian Griffin couldn't have that, or the organization can have somebody overcertain his authority, and that's why it's like, oh, okay, I'm out of here, man. This is bullshit. This man doesn't know what he's doing. So I think
Yeah.
that's what probably the case.
Yeah, good
Possibly,
point. Good
yes.
point.
Yeah.
Good,
But
but
to
Adrian
be
Griffin,
fair, and I'm not saying this makes him like a good coach, but to be fair, if you go back, people say that about like most of the coaches, especially even the successful ones. When their first year, people say that like they'll have personal issues with the back office. They'll have issues with personnel. They'll have issues with the players. A lot of people call them incompetent, right? Most people talk highly about Eric Spoelstra now because he's successful, but when he the first year on the Miami Heat, like multiple
he
players
was
wanted
criticized and tear down. He was
multiple
criticized
players
and tear
wanted his
down.
ass fired. Multiple players
Mhm.
was like straight up wanted his ass fired. The media said he was
Mhm.
incompetent, didn't know what the hell he was doing, said he was not a good coach at all. Like I mean, we'll never
No, that's a very good
fully.
point, X-Men. That's a very good point.
I
I
remember Eric.
think.
What's the dude
Yeah,
name?
go ahead.
Greg Popovich. The only reason Greg Popovich was able to stay as far as he is, he even admitted this, was because he was like an executive while also being a coach, like from his
Yeah.
first seat since his first year. So whatever he said was the law. Like whatever he said was the law in this first. So if anybody had any problem with that, they was getting kicked out like immediately. So that's the only reason, because Greg Popovich was had like many people did not like had controversies with the way he handled players and the way he handled teams and stuff like that. But the only reason it paid off for him and worked for him was because he literally had all the power. He dominated the Spurs front and back office, so he can get rid of people. So he had players straight up in respecting his authority from the jump.
Mm-hmm.
No, you make a great point, X-Men. Who knows? You're right, though. Who knows what would have happened if they just kept Adrian Griffin and have him work through his mistakes, and maybe by the second year he would have been a better. Maybe he would have been a better coach in his second year. You're right. Like maybe they should have let him.
I don't even have to go to second year. I just want to see what was going to happen this year alone, because if they were
Right,
doing
right.
great,
Yeah, you're right. You're making a good point. But
play out.
I think,
Yeah.
in my honest opinion, I think it got to a point.
Hired him to begin with. Yeah.
Right,
like
right.
I said, they shouldn't have
You're
hired him to begin with. But once they did hire him, you might as well stick with him for the year, at least for the year.
Right, right.
That's
That's a good point.
You got the pay and all that. Yeah.
Right.
You made your
But
beds.
I think what may have happened. I think what may have happened is that I think it may have gotten behind closed scenes, or the locker room may have gotten so toxic that they had to let him go. Because you're right, it doesn't make sense that you would just let him. But guess what? The Nets let go of their coach. Brooklyn Nets let go of their coach.
Jacques Vaughn.
So what is that telling me? You know what that's telling me? If I'm putting two and two together, this is telling me that organizations are not having patience with these guys anymore. They're not patient enough to build on a team anymore. As soon as things go awry, they're switching out coaches. They're switching out. You know what I mean? So the patience is not there. Maybe the pressure is there now that they want to win now. It's a microwave generation where we got to win now, and we don't have the patience to build organically anymore, or start from the beginning and build our team. They just want instant gratification and instant success. You can't do it that way.
Yeah, I also think it's due to the player empowerment. Like if the player is not satisfied, especially the star player, they can just leave. Like they can go, they would go somewhere else.
That's a good point.
So they're probably scared. They're probably scared. They're probably like, well, if you have any problem, just let. If you're the starter, you got any problem with this coach, any problem with this player, let me know.
That's true.
You're breaking up. You're going in.
Breaking up. Come in, come out. How about come in, come out, X-Men?
You're going in and out,
Me?
bro. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good now. But
you're good now. You're fine. You're fine.
I'm saying. I was saying that it's probably because that organizations are more likely to like do whatever their star player says. Like if a star player wants a coach fired and wants a coach out of there, they're probably more likely to do it now because they're scared of their star player leaving. The star player is getting them all the money and getting selling their tickets. So that's probably this player empowerment movement. That's probably why. Like if a player or the star players are saying, I don't want this coach there, the organization's like, okay, I'll get rid of him. If that makes sense. Yeah.
I know what you mean. We agree. Yeah, I just think that, to me, I felt that the Bucks could have just been a little bit more patient with Griffin, see what he did the rest of the year, and then decide. They didn't need to fire Griffin when you're 30 and 13. This reminds me of Remember when David Black got canned back in 2016 when the Cavs were 30-11? And here's what's weird about that: the
That's still
Cavs
the
beat
worst.
the Clippers on the, right.
That's still the worst moment.
Wait, Pagan. I'm going to answer your question. Two things can be right. By the way, I'm not just black and white. Two things can be right. So Adrian Griffin, yes, I'm saying that he was a bad hire. They maybe shouldn't have hired a rookie coach to coach two veteran superstars. I don't think he may have been ready for that position. But at the same time, I think a lot of organizations today do not have the patience, just like X-Men brilliantly eloquated, that sometimes with these star players, sometimes it's the star players that are running things, and they may say, hey, in order to keep our star player happy, we got to do what he says and get rid of this particular person because it's not working out. So the player empowerment, catering to star players, a lot of star players, just like today, Doc came out and said that he went to Kawhi Leonard. There was an article put out that he went to Kawhi Leonard and told Kawhi Leonard that they should have kept Shea. Oh, Shea's going to be a superstar. Shea's going to be great. I don't think we should get rid of Shea, which doesn't make sense to me. I mean, can anybody pick the holes in that argument or in that conversation? I know you're smart. You're smart, X-Men. Does that sound right to you?
I apologize. I left out for a second.
Okay. I was saying that Doc Rivers. You made a great point. You made a great point when you said that because of player empowerment, the patience may not be there with certain organizations anymore because they may be scared of losing their star player. So I was addressing Pagan's point where he's saying which one is it, and I was saying that two things can be right. I was saying that he may not been ready as a rookie coach to coach two veteran superstars as Giannis and Dame, right? But at the same time, these organizations don't have patience, right? Don't exercise patience with these certain coaches because just like you mentioned, I think you made an excellent point where they're afraid of losing the superstar. So then I transitioned to say that I was reading an article today where it said Doc Rivers said that he was pressuring Kawhi to keep Shea at the time because he was saying, oh, he saw the potential in Shea, that Shea was going to be something special. And he was trying to tell Kawhi that, hey, man, we should keep this guy. But does that make sense to you? Because I can see the holes in that argument. Do you want to address it? I know you're a smart man, X-Men. Do you see the thing that doesn't make sense in that?
I don't. You're gonna have to. You're gonna help me.
So wait a minute. So what has been one of our number one criticism of LeBron that people always bring up? LeBron is the GM. So you're telling me Doc had to go to Kawhi to keep Shea?
Right. I see what you're saying.
He had to appeal to Kawhi to keep Shea when Kawhi has always been a guy that's been quiet and doesn't really say anything. That doesn't make sense to me. Put two and two together. That makes no sense. Yeah, so is Kawhi the GM?
Huh.
So are we call so instead of le GM LeBron, so we say le GM Kawhi then?
The claw M, the claw GM.
The claw M? Because that statement alone makes no sense. Like I was reading it and I was like, wait a minute, wait a minute, you have to go to Kawhi to keep Shea?
Iraq is a brain.
It doesn't make sense. Like, my brain was going like, wait a minute, this does not compute.
It either doesn't make sense or there's a side of Kawhi that we don't fully know of.
Right.
I just think
judging by his exit from the Spurs. Because it looked like that was the first that caught everybody off guard because that was the first time Greg Popovich didn't really get what he wanted. Right. They because Kyrie Leonard went out of there. Then like he said he didn't like the way the Spurs was he didn't like and he said he wanted out of there, and they tried to mess him over by not sending him to the Clippers like he asked for, and instead send him to the Raptors. He ended up winning a championship with the Raptors, which backfired on them, and then he went to the Clippers anyway. So
I can't see them going to Kawhi and saying, "Listen, Kawhi, we want to keep." Like, wouldn't you go to the GM or the owner
Right.
at the time. Like I can't see
Yeah.
how it would have to be filtered through
It's just
Kawhi
weird. It
at
just
the
sounds
time.
really
Think
wacky.
about
It
it
is.
at
It
that
sounds wacky.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds
It is.
wacky. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds
It
wacky.
does.
Very
It
wacky.
does sound wacky. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Kawhi, man, we got to keep this guy, Kawhi, man. Please,
You
please.
need a
Like
player to
this.
tell you who to keep. You need a player
Yeah,
to tell you who to
yeah,
keep.
yeah. It doesn't. Yeah, I was thinking about
You
it. I was
keep
thinking about it
SGA.
today, and
Like
it
what?
made no sense.
It was just
we gonna
wrong.
in the future there's gonna be some countries pop out. We gonna find out that deep down
I
Kawhi
think the
Leonard's actually
wise.
like a mob boss. We gonna find out Kawhi Leonard is actually a mob boss, and then he actually runs these organizations. He actually maneuvered his
I
way to the
say
NBA.
cat, man. I say Doc Rivers is spitting some bullshit, man. I'm sorry. I got to be honest. I think Doc Rivers is full of shit.
Yeah,
I
he
got
is
to be
kind of
honest.
wrong.
He's full of
He
shit.
is kind of wrong. He is
He
kind
could
of
be,
wrong.
yeah.
That makes no sense. I read it and I was like, no, wait a minute. This has got to be. I got to hear the direct quote or something. 'Cause this
Well,
makes
like
no sense. You got
Yeah,
to go to
don't listen to
Kawhi
that.
to keep
Yeah,
Shea.
don't listen to
Come
that.
on now.
But
Don't
what
listen
these
to that.
organizations need to be careful of though when they fire these coaches is that the more you fire coaches, the more especially experienced coaches, the less experienced coaches want to join the team because you're letting them know just how expendable they are to you. You're letting them know that you have just how little faith they have. Like I said, when the Lakers did that little stunt they did with Frank Vogel, that I'm pretty sure that messed up a lot of future like coaching opportunities for other coaches. Which is why they stuck with probably why they stuck with him right now, whether they want to be with him or not, right? Get that one. Like I said, they had fired Vogel in the most egregious way. Fired him after they had just won a random game, won a regular season game. Then fired him right at the end of it, and it was like what?
Yeah.
Like now, so if you're a head coach and you're a veteran coach, you're seeing that. You're seeing a disrespect of another coach who had won you a chip. Get disrespect. You're like, why would I want to coach for the Lakers? Why would I want to coach for a team that treats their veteran coaches like that? You know,
they did the same thing to the Mike Budenholzer.
Yeah. It's not just wrong; it's disrespectful. At least do it on the off season. When you start doing stuff like this in the middle of the season and do it like this towards the end of the season, like that's straight up disrespect to the coach. Shows that
now to play devil's advocate, could it be a possibility that Adrian Griffin was another Steve Nash?
As a player or as a coach?
Coach.
Okay. You know what I'm talking. Come on.
I thought you better say how Adrian Griffin was out here making them assist. I thought you better say Adrian Griffin.
No. I mean, maybe they. Yeah, come on now, stop it, bro.
this what happened. I thought you better tell me Adrian Griffin was out there doing practice, making them 50, 40, 90s and them assists, and the players got intimidated. They said, "Get this man out on my team."
No. I was talking about they looked at it. They viewed him like because let's be honest, like Steve Nash was not the greatest coach.
He was bad. He was not a good coach.
Good players.
So maybe they looked at it. He could have. Maybe Adrian Griffin was on that level, coaching wise, and they were just like, we might have. Yeah. We don't want to make the same mistake.
Probably writing on the wall said, "Yes, time to."
Yeah, but again, Steve Nash was retarded. Like his adjustments were bad. He didn't run good plays all the time.
Yeah, Steve Nash.
No.
Yeah. But I don't understand. This is the thing I don't understand. How you messed that up? Like
they should have won. They should have at least gone to a conference final. I understand injuries in 2021 with no Kyrie. Still, you had a 2-0 lead, a 3-2 lead. You had that series. Like
there was a lot of drama. There was a lot of drama on that team.
And then 2022, the whole Uncle Drew fiasco, the whole Uncle Drew doesn't want to take the shot fiasco, the beard. Got tired of it, wanted to leave. Like it was a mess. Yeah, and then he got swept by Boston.
But Kevin Durant wanted Steve Nash, though. So that's what thing I don't understand. Mm-hmm. They wanted him. Kevin Durant wanted him because
they want a lot of players want what they.
Golden State.
A lot of players want certain coaches until they have them, right? A lot of players want certain things, and then when they find but they want certain things, but they want the good things. They want all the benefits, the hypothetical benefits. They don't know about all the drawbacks, and once they see the drawbacks, a lot of them are likely to just pull back and say no, thank you, right? You know, a lot of people say, "I like Greg Popovich. I wish I had a Greg Popovich coach." Yeah, but you say that now, but you understand that Greg Popovich is going to make you. He's going to limit your shot attempts. He's going to curse. He's going to curse you out like in practice. He's going to curse you out in some.
Well, that was old Pop. Well, that was the old Pop.
That's old Pop.
Not probably new Pop is more laid back.
You're right. I'm sorry.
He can't do that anymore.
Fair enough, right? But I'm saying you understand he's gonna limit people's shot attempts. He's gonna limit how much people have a ball in their hand. He's gonna make you run.
Yeah, right. He'll still hold you accountable, though. He'll still hold you accountable. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm saying a lot of players will say, "Oh, I want Brett Popovich." You're saying that because you're looking at success and you're just thinking about a bright side of him. You're not thinking about the drawbacks that you might not like as a player.
Right.
Right.
Because you know what's funny? It's funny you say that. Do you remember the interview with Dejon? What's his name? The dude from that left them and he's now in Atlanta. What's his name? Dejon Murray.
DeJounte Murray.
Dejounte Murray.
Deshante, yeah, Deshante
Mhm.
Murray. I don't know if you guys listened to the interview that he did. He felt while he was there, he was being stifled. Like his creativity, everything was being suppressed. Nobody wanted to help him. Nobody, like they who was the guy that was there, the point guard that was there, the popular one, the French guy,
Tony Parker.
Mhm.
Tony Parker. Yeah, he said he went to Tony Parker for help. Tony Parker ignored him. Like Tony Parker didn't try to even help him, and he said his time there was miserable. So, just like you said, X-Men, you don't know what goes on behind the scenes. Like, if Popovich is going to limit, you're going to have to play like basically a structured offense. At the time, of course, you have to play a structured offense. Everybody's got to be in position. You can't take a shot unless he tells you to shot. You got to run the complete play. You can't go off on your own. Like, there's
Really?
no room
Like-
for creativity when you play with Pop to a certain degree.
Really, so, this is like that on purpose because you understand with like the more you stand out as an individual, the less you focused on the team.
Right.
Generally, not always, but generally, the more you keep standing out as an individual, less you focus on the team. So they're kind of limiting your creativity on purpose. They're trying to get you to learn how to still perform well while playing in a limited and incredibly structured offense. They're trying to get you to do those things. So it's like I said, I think Kyrie Leonard, he's more almost happier on being on the Clippers than he is on the Spurs. But is he anywhere near as successful?
No, he's not. He hasn't even been to an NBA Finals yet. No, with the Clippers. Yeah,
right.
No.
So he's not as successful on the Clippers as he was on an actual team with Popovich. So yeah, I mean, like it's a double-edged sword. Like, do you want to stifle your creativity but win, but most likely win, or do you want to be as creative as you like, but most likely lose? It's like a weird phenomenon. It's like a weird like either or situation.
Yeah,
Good point.
that's
Good point. There was a question. Do you think Pop? Some people say Pop should retire. Do you think he should, or do you think he should just maybe get the Spurs to the playoffs and then retire? What do you think?
It depends on how this Victor experiment goes. If this Victor experiment doesn't show some great buildup in these past 3 seasons, 4 seasons, it probably is time at that point for him to call it quits and get someone else. Probably, but but that just depends. Like I said, that just depends on how this Victor scenario goes.
Yeah, let's just see how this goes with Wemby. If I'm the Spurs, this team needs a superstar. This team needs a superstar, in my opinion. I don't think this is going to happen. Do you think I'm hearing eyes straight to the Spurs rumors? You think I don't think it's going to happen. If eyes straight were to get to the Spurs, you think Trae Young will make them a playoff team or legit contender? Trae Young to the Spurs? If that were to happen?
Maybe. But it's a stretch. It's a stretch.
They need more talent.
Yeah, they do need more talent. But the thing about the Spurs, though, is that because the Spurs play the system that they do, they can usually only get like one big star, and the rest of their players are either cast-offs who don't have any real direction in their career, or players who were stars but they're past their prime, their time now. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's most of the personnel type of players they usually get due to the way the Spurs culture is.
Good point.
So if they can find some cast-offs, some good players who are like cast-offs and have a directionless career and don't know what their career holds, then they probably should get back Danny Green. I don't know why they haven't got Danny Green back, because he's not even in the NBA right now. He got waived by one of his teams. He was a good part of the Spurs. He said he's still looking for. Yeah, he said he's still looking for a team, so they probably should bring Danny Green back. Put him on a small little.
And not just that, you think teams like either the Suns, the Mavs, the Pels could use a Danny Green?
Yeah, I just don't understand. Danny Green just had one on 3 different teams. Why is it so many? Why are these teams just sitting there not trying to utilize them? Teams trying to be competitive, not trying to utilize them. He's willing to take a pay cut.
He just needed to shoot threes. That's it.
He's one of them players. He's one of them players that have to start making the transition to players coach or something, like like one of the
Yeah,
assistant coaches or something. I think he's past his
probably.
prime, man.
That's fair
Like
enough.
you can't. One of his strong suit is not even there anymore. One of his strong suits was defense, and I don't think he can
Right.
stand for the players like he used to anymore. You know.
That's true.
Yeah, I think he's still in the league. I think he's on somebody's bench. I would
No,
have to
no,
look it
he's
up.
not in the league anymore.
Yeah,
He's
'cause
doing commentary.
Oh, he's
he
not
was
at
added
all.
to
Okay.
he was
My
added
fault-
to
my
the
bad.
bench, and then he got waived before they even I
Oh
don't know
yeah,
if
wave.
they
Okay,
played like a
my
game.
bad.
I'm saying he was saying that he's willing to come off the bench and take a pay cut if a competitive team needs him as just a
Wow,
backup.
he's that desperate. He must be strapped for cash if he's willing to do that.
Well,
Gotta
he
save your
said he
money,
really wants
young
to win
fella.
another championship. That was what his
Nah,
he's
that
really
sounds
just
like
willing.
that sounds like a money thing. I don't know about that. I call BS. I think it's a money.
Probably, but he had been talking about winning championship, like winning another championship for the past like 2-3 years. He has his own little
These
YouTube
guys need some of
podcast.
these cats won't come out and say it, man. Some of these guys, the way they spend money, they don't really take care of their money, man. Like
Yeah, a lot of players are not smart with their money. They probably I don't know if they
smart with
have
their money.
agents who can help them, but those agents really need to teach them how to save, help them with their savings. They really need to get somebody to help them with their savings. But
Good point. Do you think since I'm a Knicks fan, do you see the Knicks surviving with that Julius Randle? Because I know OG Anunoby and Mitchell Robinson are going to come back. Do you see the Knicks survive without Julius Randle?
Here's the one thing. This is going to be one of the biggest impediments of the Knicks making it. And I said this even when they made the OG trade. The OG trade was a great trade.
It was.
But great trade. But the one thing I worried about, you probably didn't know it as a Knicks fan, but OG is injury prone.
No, I know that. I knew that.
Known. Yeah, he's injury prone. Every year, there's going to be one significant injury that's going to take him out for a while. Every year it happens, pretty much every year. He's injury prone.
I know.
Now, here's the problem. I knew, and everybody saw it from a mile away, that Thibodeau was playing him way too many minutes, and eventually he was going to grind him down to the bone, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that's the problem with Thibodeau. Thibodeau grinds his players down to the bone. So when the playoffs come, and they need to perform,
they'll be tired.
Yeah, they're going to be. Yeah, they're not going to be at their full potential because of the way he plays them through the regular season.
I'm shocked.
That's going to be the detriment. I think, in order for the Knicks to maybe make it to another level, take it. Don't get me wrong. He's a good coach. He's a good coach for a young team. I know what you mean. Mm-hmm. They may need to make a change in coaching for them to take it. But we'll see what happens this year. But I think Thibodeau has a bad habit of.
To me,
of
I just hate
that.
the Alec Burks. To me, I just hate the Alec Burks trade. Like, look, I'm fine getting Bogey, and even then, Bogdanovich is 34, soon to be 35 in April. What was the point getting Alec Burks for? The dude's a ball hog, inconsistent shooter, not a very good playmaker. I don't like Alec Burks, man. Like, why we trade Grimes for him? Like, what we could have gone Tyus Jones, we could have gone DeJounte Murray. We could have gone PJ Washington. Why we get Alec Burks for, man? Like, what?
I'm shocked. I'm just shocked that after all this time of him being a head coach, he still hasn't fixed that problem. Because he's been having that problem of like burning his players to the ground since he was the head coach.
Thank you. Thank you, X-Men. I've been saying it for the longest time. I said, that's the biggest problem with Thibodeau. He's going to grind his players down to the bone, and when the playoffs come, they don't have nothing left in the tank. And he's done that every single year with any team.
Thibodeau comes off more of a defensive coordinator disguised as a head coach. He comes off as less of a head coach and more of a defensive coordinator disguised as a head coach. They need to get a head coach and let him be the defensive coordinator. Let him do the defensive coordination.
Right.
Because every time he's on, the defense is great. The defense is like phenomenal.
Defense is amazing. Yeah, right, but great.
Yeah, his ability to make substitutions, his ability to run systems, they're not that good, and his ability to know when to pull players out the game is just not good.
Right. That's true. His in-game adjustments need to be better. Need to be better. Yeah.
Right. I mean, we can't really blame him for the Randall situation. I mean, it was kind of
you can't blame that. That just happened. That's a freak accident.
It was a free accident. But he has a habit, and everybody knows this, Like I'm not saying anything new. He has a habit of grinding his players down, playing them way too many minutes. He's done it consistently every single year.
Yeah,
And
Tiff has to fix that. Yeah.
Yeah, I literally hadn't
Yeah.
followed him since the Bulls, so I was shocked when I just heard you bring that up. I thought after all these years, maybe that would have changed. I'm shocked that that's still a known problem that he's doing.
Bro, he was playing,
Mhm.
and I know my brethren here who's a Knicks fan knows this. How many minutes was he playing OG a night? Wasn't he playing like almost up to 40 at some
Almost
point?
40. Almost 40.
Almost 40. Why are you playing OG 40 minutes
It's
in the regular season?
Retarded.
When you
Yeah.
know the man is injury prone and he just came to your team learning, like, come on, dude. In
Like,
meaningless
Anunoby
games too, I
as
see
the
OG
Knicks
still
was
out there. I'm
playing
like, what
35
the,
plus.
why?
He was playing 3.5. I'm checking this. Anunoby's playing 35 plus minutes a night with New York. Like, what?
Right.
No, we don't need to do that.
You don't need to do that.
Yeah,
You don't.
like I said, when he was playing for the Bulls, it was egregious. Like they would be up by like 15, 20 points just before the 3-point revolution. Right? They'd be up 15,
Right.
20
Yeah,
points.
and another
Like
thing to notice from Tiff,
only like 2 minutes
right,
left in the game, and they still have the Rose inside the
exactly.
game. Like, why is the Rose
Exactly.
still inside the game? It's only 2 minutes left. This is the day outside like
Game's
20
over.
something.
And here's the thing.
And-
Here's the thing. Tiff needs to fix. Why are your starters in the game be up less than like if you're virtually up 20? Why have you started in the game like 3 minutes to go? The game's pretty much in the books. Like what's happening?
Right.
Yeah, it's weird.
Here's another thing I picked out. I was watching the game and I always noticed it. They rely too much on
Jalen
Brunson.
They
Oh
do,
my
yeah.
goodness. The offense, like, bro.
We don't have depth.
You know what happened? I noticed there was a play today, and I was like, and then I know a lot of people are gonna blame Precious Achua for it, but I don't think it was his fault because guess what? When they're in the half court offense, everything seems to go through Jalen Brunson. So guys don't even get to touch the ball. You know what I mean? So when they touch the ball, sometimes they're caught off guard and they don't know what to do with it, and it causes turnovers because they're not used. The ball movement in the half court is stagnant sometimes because of Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson is always handling the ball, right? So what's going to happen in the playoffs when teams adjust to that and say, okay, we're gonna force you to take the ball out of Jalen Brunson's hand.
We're gonna struggle offensively. Yeah,
right. That's the problem with ball dominant players is that your offense gets way too predictable, and when you get the playoffs, defense is going to pick up on that. Defense is going to pick up on that immediately. And number two, by the time you address, you can adjust midway through the series and start trying to pass to your teammates, but your teammates aren't going to be prepared for that because they haven't been executing that all season. So you can't then turn around and say, oh, now you got to start making shots. Now you got well, you weren't letting me do that throughout the season, so I'm not going to be able to just suddenly pop up and do great in the playoffs. I don't know why these ball dominant players just never get that for some reason. They keep doing the same thing.
And you know what? Precious. He gave Precious the ball with the clock running down. Precious drives to the lane and basically stumbled because that was the first time he got a touch. So when your natural instinct is like, oh my gosh, I'm getting the ball is in my hands. I'm not. Who knows when I'm going to get the ball back in my hands? I'm going to take the shot. You know what I mean? Like it's natural instincts. Like your natual instincts kick in, and it's like I'm not going to get the ball back. I might as well just take the shot. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's what he did, and he missed.
Yeah, some teams players will they'll have the ball in the clutch and they'll get scared. Like, am I supposed to shoot it? Because you don't usually let me shoot it. You don't usually pass it to me to shoot.
Right.
And then the leaders get all angry, like, why didn't you shoot it? Why? I'm like, well, because you're not passing it to him to shoot it on average. You can't. You can't.
I'm not in rhythm. I'm not in rhythm because you don't pass it to me.
Right. It's not
so
2K.
You know the funny thing is, the only team that kind of works and they can kind of get away with that with the ball dominance to a certain degree, and he's dominant but not really ball dominant, and that's Jokic.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
The Nuggets are not even ball dominant like that.
That's because Jokic is more of a pass first player. He takes a
because
amount of shots.
Guess what?
And there's a lot of ball movement. There's a lot of player movement.
Right. Here's the difference. When Jokic gets the ball, he knows that if you're open, he's getting it to you, even though he has the ball. With Jalen Brunson, you don't know when you're getting the ball. I noticed that.
Brunson's kind of a ball hog.
It's okay for you to have a player having a ball in their hand, like for a long, like Magic Johnson on the Lakers, he had the ball in his hand a lot. But as long as players are moving around when you have the ball in your hand, as long as you're constantly passing the ball to them and you're a pass first player, that style can work. It's just a problem when one player has the ball in their hand They're taking more shots than everyone else, and they're picking and choosing when they're going to play make when they can rack up an assist, when it's to their benefit to rack up an assist. That stagnates the offense. And players are just standing around waiting for you to pass it to them. Like that's not that system, that type of offense never works.
You know what's funny, X-Men? That type of offense doesn't work today, though. That ball dominant offense does not work in today's system. Players are too quick and too athletic to adjust.
It's never really worked.
That.
It's never worked in the playoffs. Every player who's done that, even the best,
it kind of worked in the old days with MJ, and like back in the 80s and 90s, it kind of worked to a certain degree.
It only works to a certain
extent. Where the players weren't skilled, they were backing down players. It was the offense was different back then. Where it was primary they get the ball in the post and let the big man work. So you start from the inside out. In today's offense, it's more like the opposite. You start from the outside. So back in the days, you can kind of get away with it, but in today's offense, man, the players are too skilled, man. You can't be running offenses like that with one ball dominant player, because he's just they're gonna run double teams at him. They're gonna stifle him, force him when they do force him out of, because he's not a great passer out of the double team. He's not. He's not. Right. Jalen Brunson's not a great passer out of the double team. I noticed that. And there was a pass today. Who was it? I think it was either Precious or Hartenstein was cutting to the hoop, and I was like, "Damn, he's right open. Get him the ball, Jalen Brunson." But then I looked at it again and went, "Wait a minute. It's not his fault. He's too short. He can't see over." You know what I mean? I picked that up. I was like, "Damn it! It's not really his fault. He's too short. He couldn't see the pass because he can't see over the man." I was like, "Damn it." Yep, I don't know. I think they're going to be a good team they're going to be a good regular season team, but in the playoffs, I think they're going to get exposed.
Big time.
They're going to get exposed.
The only team I'm seeing right now that I think is going to live up to their expectation right now are the Nuggets and maybe the Celtics. Maybe the Celtics. Celtics need the Celtics. I'm only thinking of Celtics because they have a history. They have a history of making deep playoff runs. So I'm assuming that this would probably be the time. This would probably be a time for them to win this year or next year.
Right.
But yeah, most of these teams, they look like they're just doing good in the regular season. They don't look like they're like in the playoffs. A lot of their flaws is going to immediately get exposed.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know a team that doesn't get enough respect? The Orlando Magic. What do you think about the Magic though?
I love the Magic because I love their defense. I really love their defense. I really like that. I really appreciate how much emphasis they put on defense. They probably need a little bit fix their offense, like improve their offense a little more. But I just really like their defense. Like that's really nice.
Yeah,
the Magic are good, but they're not there yet. They need they need a little bit more seasoning, a little bit more pepper, a little bit more salt, a little bit more kosher sauce. They're not ready yet. They're too raw. So I think once they gain more experience in the playoffs, like them being in the playoffs this year will gain them more experience, and they'll keep getting.
That'll be right. If they get to the playoffs, it's already a huge success.
Yeah. So, but they're not ready yet. Same with OKC. OKC's another team.
Yeah, Thunder are too young.
Yeah. They're just too young. They're just not there yet. They're just not there yet.
Ooh, a team that needs more respect. What do you think about the T-Wolves, though?
You know what? That I'm glad you brought that up, because if there's one team that matches up well with Denver,
it's Minnesota.
That's the team.
Minnesota.
They got two big giants, but here's the thing: I just don't trust Karl Anthony Towns in the playoffs, man. That guy is a bonehead, man.
Same thing with Gobert at times. Same thing with Gobert too. Sometimes.
Yeah. Ant is not too bad. Ant is good.
He'll try. I just don't want to be. He'll try. It's just that the thing with Ant, just chill. Don't try to be fancy with the ball. Other than that, I think Ant will try. Yeah.
But Karl Anthony Towns, I'm sorry, man. I've never
inconsistent. What else here?
Inconsistent, boneheaded plays. Like, he's been known for that. Not even just in the playoffs, in the regular season, he does that shit sometimes. I don't know, man.
At least he's playing great this year. At least he's playing great this year.
Yeah. Can I ask you guys a question? What the hell were the Warriors thinking this year? We're getting Chris Paul as their backup.
That was dumb.
Because that was not even. Because the problem, they didn't have a problem of not having a ball handler. That wasn't the issue with their team. Like that wasn't the problem. That wasn't the reason they had lost. They lost because of like they were playing way too small. They didn't have enough. They were getting out rebounded like by bigger teams. They don't drive to the hoop. They weren't driving to the hoop enough. They already missed most of their defense because Mike Brown's not the coach, not their defensive coordinator anymore. He's playing for the Kings, not playing for the Kings. He's coaching the Kings. Like I don't know what for some reason they said, oh, let's just get Chris Paul. Like what is the logic there? I'm not understanding.
I think was it a salary dump?
No,
was it just
trade.
to get rid of Poole? No, but I'm saying was it.
I know they want to get rid of Poole, but I'm saying like the supposed like
you didn't need CP3
specifically Paul. I know Paul wanted to go to a new team and vice versa, but like that's just
here's my thinking. Here's my thinking behind it. My thinking behind it is Chris Paul on his final year?
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe it was a thing is like okay, we'll get we'll get him on here. He can be a backup to Curry because you know how Curry needs help sometimes because you know you can move Curry over to the 2 because you can alleviate a lot of the responsibilities of Curry being the point guard by putting Chris at the 1, right? So he'll be that backup. So he'll keep Curry fresh for the playoffs. So that was my thinking. Maybe that was my thinking behind it. Plus he's an expiring contract, I believe. So then you can get the relief at the end of the season. I don't know. Maybe that was it. I'm just.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But I mean,
yeah, probably
from a basketball perspective, that
weird. It felt weird.
That wasn't.
It did.
From a chemistry, basketball chemistry, what the team actually needs perspective, it just didn't feel good.
What team was he on before?
He was on the Suns. I thought it was CP3 and Suns. He was on the Suns, and yeah,
I think they said he blew like a 2-0 lead, like 6 times or 5-6 times in his playoffs in his career. That's crazy.
And the thing with Chris Paul too,
let's see, blew 2 lead against the 4 times. Let me see, 2 lead, technically 4 times. Yeah.
Wait, how does it? How many times can you do the same thing, bro? Like that in a playoff? Like,
part of it is he has a bad habit. And I don't blame him. It's not really his fault, but he always seems to get injured at the wrong times. Remember?
Yeah.
In the playoffs, he always gets injured.
Well, not all. I know. I can't say always.
Yeah, a lot of the times.
He's probably overexerting himself too much on the off. He's probably doing too much and overexerting himself. He probably got to fix the way. Like he probably got to fix his role on the team. We probably should have. Late now,
can you imagine if Tibbs was his coach, man? He'd be in intensive care, man.
If Tibbs was his coach, he would have been out of the league by now. He wouldn't have been a league.
Yeah, he would have been. He would have to retire. Damn. I don't know. Maybe we'll. You know what? Maybe it will play off in the playoffs. Maybe we'll see it pay off in the playoffs. But I don't know. Well, this is the Warriors. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think the Warriors.
If you want to beat another team, if you want to beat the opposite team, in the playoffs, you just do whatever you can to trick Tom Thibodeau to go to that team, so you can run them to the ground. you can win by durability. You can win via durability.
Yeah, true. But you know what? This is going to be the Warriors' last dance.
Yeah. After this, I think Clay's gone this offseason.
Clay's gone. I think Clay's gone this offseason. Clay's probably gone.
Don't be surprised if Dre gets traded away.
Dre might get traded. Maybe.
Is he gonna even be on a team at that point, or is he gonna be out the league?
Who knows?
No, Dre will never be out the league. No.
Okay, that's
no.
Too many teams that would love to have him on their team.
Dre will go to another team. Clay's gone this all season. The signs are there. Clay's not coming back. Clay's gone this all season.
Or they might keep one of them. They might keep one of them. I don't think they're gonna.
I think Clay's scared. I think Clay. No, he's on a back burner because he recently came out in an interview and said that he was willing to take a back seat for the Warriors.
I know that's I know that's in February. What's it like in July? I know that's in February.
I think he knew right then and there this if he don't get his stuff together, he about to get traded. He probably on a back burner. He's probably trying to do what he can to reinvent himself for the year to give people second thoughts about trading him maybe.
But what about the money though? Right. I think that's the thing that's going to be the sticky.
Because remember, he declined the 2-year, $48 million extension. Remember, Clay declined the 2-year, $48 million extension.
And can we be honest? If Clay goes on the market, there's going to be a lot of teams going to be targeting him.
Yeah, the Lakers are interested. Lakers, Clippers,
Heat. Teams that would be interested.
So Clay on the Lakers, that'd be interesting.
K on the Lakers would be interesting.
No, but they already got several shooters. If you put Clay on, I don't think that would change. I don't know if that would change much.
But he's lost a step though. He doesn't.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it would improve much if you put another shooter because they already have shooting.
Shooting is not there. It's not there like it used to be.
Right. The issue with the Lakers is they're lazy. They get lazy too much on defense. You can see if you watch their body language during games, just kind of like give up halfway through it. They'll just feel like they'll sit back and watch people run to the hoop. They won't fight for rebounds. They'll like stand around. Like it's a hustle issue going on with the Lakers mostly.
Yeah. I'll tell you though, Clay would make a difference on that Lakers team though. I'm telling you. He would because that's what LeBron likes. LeBron likes them shooters, man. Put him in the corner. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Or Clay to the
most of these shooters that I ain't gonna lie, a lot of time when these shooters play with LeBron, some of them do good. Some of them like their shooting goes down when they play with LeBron.
Yeah, Jordan Clarkson regressed on him. Clarkson regressed, yeah.
Yeah, it all depends. You're right.
I remember, like I said, Green, even before he was out of his prime, Green, like he was doing really good, like shooting wise. Then he played with the Lakers, and suddenly his 3-point shot had drastically dipped. People was questioning like,
it left the building.
People were saying like, why is he on the team? Blah blah blah. I'm like, he was a good 3-point shot. I was shocked that all of a sudden he played on the Lakers. All of a sudden he can shoot. He can hit for crap. He can hit threes for crap.
Well, we got to think about what made Clay special. The thing that made Clay special was his defense as well.
He was a great defender in his prime.
In his prime, he was a great defender. He doesn't have that anymore. So the thing that made him special, he's lost that.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. He's not the same Clay. And people look at the name. I think that's the problem with today, man. People look at name recognition. I don't look at name recognition anymore. Yeah, but how does he play? His name is Clay. We know his name is Clay. But how does he play now? He doesn't play the same way. If you watch Golden State games, he doesn't play the same way anymore.
Even today's game against another.
You got to think about how does their play style work with the team that you want them on. How does it connect with the team you want them on? Because you can play great. But you put, like I said, Russell Westbrook was like the all-time triple-double leader. Like he had just led to become all-time triple-double leader. He played with the Lakers, and their games did not match up at all. Like
their games scrub himself, yeah.
Right. So they were just thinking, oh, well, this is the all-time triple-double leader. That help us win. Well, you gotta think about how they play. You can't just say, well, it's the all-time triple-double leader.
Yeah, him, Brian Eady was a bad fit. Brian Eady was one of the worst big threes of all time. It's terrible together.
Yeah, because Russ Westbrook and LeBron, they both have they both are big in having the basketball, and they're both big in the playmaking and scoring aspect.
And they both need the ball to be effective, and they both are inconsistent shooters.
Yeah. So he had to become a sixth man to reinvent himself. But it's like, you got to take all that into an account. And like I said, the Golden State Warriors, first off, they should have been making moves like a few years earlier. They should have been working to make moves a few years earlier versus trying to rush.
I totally agree.
They should have been, like I said, the issue always for the Golden State Warriors, even when they was in their prime, is that they were playing too much small ball and they struggled. Like teams would just bully them on defense. They would just out rebound them. They would they should have been slowly getting like at least some role players to play in the post for like something to get them a little more height. So, but yeah, they just didn't. I guess they just thought they could ride the wave, and then Kevin Durant left, and Draymond Green's having issues, and the Jordan Poole experiment didn't go well last year. Yeah, it's just all crumbling like really quickly, quicker than they expected.
Do y'all see how bad Jordan? Do you see what happened to Jordan Poole? You see how bad he has it now, man. My man went from top 10 to not mention at all. Damn.
He's been terrible.
Poor guy. Yeah.
It happens. He's coming off the bench in Washington. Think about this for a second. He's coming off the bench in Washington.
On the Wizards.
How bad do you have to be to come off the bench for the Wizards? Think about it.
I think his stint with the Warriors really like devalued who he was as a player in many people's eyes last year. That issue with the Warriors, like I don't think people value him like that. Like based on
you know what? I don't blame Draymond. I think he just got exposed. I think the Warriors covered up a lot of his poo-poo, if you were like covered a lot of that stench that he had. You know, they were the deodorant. Because let's be honest, this guy, he's not as good as we thought he was, man.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I don't think he is. He plays no D. He's a prima donna. He thinks he's better than he is, and he looks like he's not willing to take correction from the
accountability, correction, and
accountability, right? Facts, and that's why he's getting exposed.
Yeah,
Because look at it. What was the first thing he did when he went to Washington? He started jacking up shots. Jacking up. Bad shots. Just like completely jacking to the point. Where have you ever heard this? His own teammate was complaining about him in public, saying that this guy doesn't pass the ball. When have you ever heard a teammate complain about another teammate on his team like that?
Not many.
Not too often.
Not too often.
So that told me all I needed to know about him, that this guy's a prima donna.
Yeah. Here's the thing. If you mess up in one organization, as a player, you need to understand this. If you mess up in one organization, you need to get your stuff together by the next one. Because by the second, third time you messing up with different organizations, people are gonna stop blaming other people and they're gonna start looking at maybe you're the problem. You know?
Right.
That's why when Shaq was having that beef with Kobe Bryant and it led to him getting traded from the Lakers, he knew right then and there when he went to the Miami Heat, he needs to get his stuff together. He agreed to take an immediate back seat and let D Wade be the leader. Because if he didn't and that stint didn't work out and they didn't win that chip, people can look at Shaq and be like, you were the problem. Like you were the reason that the team broke up. Because he was already having an issue with the Orlando Magic prior to that, the Lakers, and he having a Kobe Shaq beef. If he had somehow had some issue with D Wade on the Heat, people would have looked at him and said he was the problem. So he had to get his stuff together. And players need to have a mindset. If you have one problem with one organization, you need to be ready to get your stuff together. When you get the
My thing with Jordan Poole criticizes everything. Every little thing he criticizes. Like LeBron, Poole, these guys criticize every single thing for the sake of doing that. It's annoying. No?
Yeah. And Poole, the worst part is that Poole's not on the level of a person to be doing that to begin with. You don't have enough.
Yeah, whining, complaining. Yeah.
They shouldn't be doing that to begin with, but you
clout.
definitely shouldn't be doing it if you're not accomplished. You definitely shouldn't be acting like that, like when you struck when you barely got enough confidence on your belt.
I mean, he does technically have a championship, I mean,
he kind of
he
does.
He doesn't have a champion. I'm just saying, but like,
he has a chip.
He does have a chip. I'm not downplaying him. I'm just saying, like, as an
we're talking like
player,
career. We're talking like accolades, careers, all that. Yeah.
I'm saying overall, if he wasn't the leader of the
right
team. Like if he was the leader of a team that won a chip or something like that, then okay, that would make a little more sense. But
I mean, he is talented. I'm not going to take that away from him.
Yes.
He's a talent. He's a talented player, but you can tell he's probably hard to coach.
Over his head sometimes. Over his head sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, he's goes. Yeah, like you can really tell that. He just wants to do whatever he wants on the court. He doesn't want to take instruction.
This is
why
why
he's coming off the bench.
Instruction and advice. Yeah.
I just wish players, like I said, I really did like the idea of players getting drafted from college. I do like the idea of players getting drafted from high school, but it varies. I don't feel like they should be just getting drafted as soon as they are, like often. Like I said, Curry played in college where he got drafted, so it makes perfect sense that Curry has no problem playing like in a system. Like a lot of these players, they get drafted straight from high school. Then they're getting these immediate contracts before they play the single game. These guaranteed big contracts, they haven't played a single game. To prove how great they are.
They base it on potential. It's always been like that.
Based off potential. And then so when you come out of high school and you get all that big money based off potential, your attitude is going to be like, I can do what I want. Like, look, like I got this amount of money. I'm a star. I'm the leader of a franchise. Like it messes with your mentality.
You know what Jordan Poole was? Jordan Poole was the Willie Beamuth, man. He was the Willie Beamuth of the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
He was Willie Beamuth. Because he thought he was bigger than the system, man. He just got there's got to be a special type of disrespect that the organization has for you when they just trade you to the Washington Wizards. Man. They have no respect for your ass. They're like,
no. Hold on. To be fair, they had to have some respect for him because they didn't trade him to the Hornets. Speaking
of no respect, remember we traded Evan Fournier to the Pistons? Yeah, we didn't. Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, those were people go. Those are two. Well, I can't say Charlotte anymore because if you paid attention, Charlotte is actually playing a lot better now.
Yeah, they are playing better.
Yeah,
they're not a good team. No, they're not a good team. They're a bad team. In the future, they'll be decent. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know why they're playing? They're playing better because they got the Miles Bridges. You got Miles Bridges back, and Miller's playing. He's playing up to his form as the second.
He's been great. Brandon Miller's been great.
Was that this year?
Miller's been great.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah.
Was that this year that they got both of these players back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
The Hornets
good. Their Hornets are playing good.
They won 5 out of 6.
Yeah.
If they could just get some depth, they'll be a playoff. If they could just get some more depth and talent, they'll be a playoff. I'm not saying they're making the playoffs next year. I'm saying that they get more depth to
Notice
be a playoff
something.
caliber team.
They're playing without somebody.
LaMelo Ball.
I think they should trade his ass for pieces, but that's just me. That's just me. Because I think Melo. I think he's another prima donna. He's another prima donna dude that doesn't play defense. I mean, he's talented. He's uber talented, but always injured as you. Another injury prone dude, and doesn't play defense, and then kind of hijacks the offense as a ball hog a bit. But I think you put LaMelo Ball out there, you can get some decent pieces because there's gonna be a team that's gonna take a chance on it. But I think they should look into trading and getting a decent, maybe some decent, couple decent players back for him. I think he's your most valuable asset to trade and get pieces for. But that's just me. Right. And I think he wants out of there too. I think he wants to be in LA. He wants to be in the spotlight. He wants to be, where the baddies.
Yeah, he wants to make the playoffs. He wants to find being in the playoffs. Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to be. He wants to be in the sun. He probably want to be in one of those kind of teams, like a Miami.
Is he even gonna show up, or is he gonna be like doing stuff behind the scenes on off court? Because if you go to LA, it'd be in LA. All that stuff would be in LA. So
I think he's an LA kid though.
Yeah,
he's an LA kid. That's where he really wanted to be. That's where he wanted to be. So trust me, he wouldn't be his own. He wouldn't be. Trust me, I think he would even get. He wants to be in the spotlight, and I think he'd be so much in the spotlight if he played in LA.
One way or another, he probably can cause controversy just to get spotlight.
Facts. You notice his dad don't say nothing anymore. That's LeVar just quiet now. Just chill.
Didn't the children drop him from as an agent because he was like the agent at some point. Then they his children dropped him or something.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
They said he had to take the business to the next level, and they dropped him as the agent. That's probably why. Probably.
Yeah. But he did say once he get them to the league, he's gonna fade to the back. He did say that. He's not gonna be in the spotlight. His job is done. His job was to get get all his kids in the league. He succeeded except for one. I mean, one of them didn't make it, but
good parenting.
2 out of 3 is not bad.
Yeah, good parenting. The children just gotta, follow up and learn some skills.
Yeah, I mean, they're all doing well. Look at even not LaMelo, the other one in Chicago. Lonzo. Even we may say that Lonzo, he hasn't played in a while, but guess what? Do you remember what he did before? He signed a huge contract. He got a huge contract before he got injured. So he did the smart thing. He signed his big deal, right? His guaranteed money before he got injured. So even he's not suffering.
Right.
He would have suffered if he didn't sign the deal and he was injured.
Smart businessman.
Smart business. Yeah, I think he's with Clutch, isn't he?
Yeah.
Clutch got him that deal. So smart man. He signed that big deal, and then he said, "Okay, I'm injured. Let me go under the knife. I'm good." Yeah. So they're both taken care of. The only one that's not, and I think he's probably given up the dream, is the other one that was trying to make it in the G League and stuff like that.
Right. I have a question for you guys. Who's one of your favorite NBA play-by-play commentators? For me, I like Ian Eagle, Mike Breen, Kevin Harlan. What about you guys? One of your favorite NBA play-by-play commentators?
Without a shadow of a doubt, it is Kevin Harlan.
Awesome.
What were you? I like, huh?
I don't pay attention to commentators like that.
Oh yeah. No, Kevin Harlan makes
game. I pay attention during the game, but I don't really pay attention to consistent
Kevin Harlan can make any game sound exciting. He can make a WNBA game. So he can make a game between the Charlotte Hornets and the Washington Wizards sound like it's a playoff, man. That's how good he is. He's that good.
There was this guy who was commentating during the 2011 finals. I don't know who that guy's name is.
My brain
is Kevin Harlan.
If that's
No,
him,
Mike Breen. No, Mike
somebody,
Breen.
somebody says he kept saying he always says puts it up and puts it in when they shoot.
Oh, Mike Breen. Mike Breen.
Oh,
Mike
okay.
Breen.
Mike Breen's
I
good
like
too.
it.
He always says puts it in or bang. Or
Yeah,
throws
bang.
it down.
Yeah, yes. I like him. I like him. Like,
Bang!
yes, that's what I heard. Yeah, that damn was
Puts
going off.
it in.
He was going
Yeah.
off, and he literally made that shit sound like it was like an actual like. He was commentating
Throws
that
it down.
commentating
Counted in the
for
foul. I
2013.
love Mike
You
Breen.
know who was? You know who? I know X-Men might remember this if you're from that generation. Do you remember Bill Weddington?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Bill
I
Weddington?
remember Wellington. Yeah.
I remember him as a
You
player.
remember when he used to do? Remember when he did commentating?
I was not aware he did commentating.
Yeah.
Even Mark Valber was decent. Mark Valber back
Yeah,
then.
Bill Wellington. That's a big tall white guy, right, with the curly hair.
Right, he was the backup center for the Bulls during the second three.
Yeah, yeah. No, not Bill Wellington. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the Laker guy. It's not Bill Wellington. His son coached the Lakers for a quick minute. Remember his son coached the Lakers? They were criticizing that he was too young to coach the Lakers at the time. Is it not Wellington? Do you remember? Gosh, I gotta look up his name. Gosh.
Right.
Who
also Mark Valber.
Bill
Remember
Wellington's
Mark
son,
Valber? You guys remember Mark Valber? Mark Valber.
What was that, X-Men?
You saying it was Bill Wellington's son? Is what you're saying?
So, what did you say? I didn't hear that.
I'm asking you. You said it was his son that was coaching the Lakers for that 1 year.
I'm saying Bill Wellington, but I'm wondering if I'm saying the right guy. But I know his son coached the Lakers for a couple of years, and then he went to Sacramento, and then he coached Sacramento. Who was that guy? Do you remember him?
It's not coming to me.
Are you talking about Luke Walton? Luke Walton?
Yes, Luke Walton. I'm talking about his dad.
Oh,
yeah,
Bill
Walton.
Walton. Bill Walton.
Bill Walton. Thank you.
Oh, Bill Walton.
Walton.
Yeah, Bill Walton.
Yeah,
I remember Bill Walton.
Do you remember when he did?
I
remember when he
Bill
did
Walton
commentating?
Yeah, I remember on NBC back then.
I was
NBC, yeah.
I was introduced to Bill Walton by playing 2K because before I watched a single game of basketball, I played 2K. He was on that 2K5 commentator.
I like Bill Walton.
His voice was so distinct. His voice was so distinct.
His commentating was the worst and the best at the same time.
Yeah, he knew he was talking about it. He did not at the same time. It was good.
He had no idea what he was talking about. He was like the trajectory of the isosceles triangle based on the factor of the trajectory of the ball.
Me, I like
combined with. I'm like, what is this guy talking about?
He had such a great voice though. That's why it was so distinct.
Yeah, but it was so funny because he used all these big words. Yeah, he used all these big words that made no sense. I'm like, dude, do you don't even know what you're talking about?
To me, I like Bill Warren more on NBC. Bill Warren on NBC was actually good. Bill Warren on ESPN is kind of more on.
So hilarious. I loved him because he was so funny. Like some of the stuff he says was.
He had like a
funny.
lisp. I think he had like a lisp, not a lisp. He had like a something messed with the way he was talking. His teeth was all like screwy.
Yeah. He always said shit. Like he always talked a bunch of shit that made no sense. So
NBC not that much. I thought he was more, even though he may say some things that was weird on NBC. I felt he knew the game more on NBC. On ESPN, I'm not a big fan of ESPN for me. I'm talking about. I like the one.
He never knew the game. He never knew the game.
Like Bill Walton, sometimes your scenario, your position as a champion can elevate you in your post basketball career. Bill Walton definitely is on that list. Like. Because he was part of that big three Celtics in the late 80s, and that made people think he was like this genius because he was part of that great Celtics offense. But yeah, we saying when he was commentating,
people used to make fun of him. Do you remember? I don't know if you remember this, but Saturday Night Live used to make fun of him all the time.
Yeah,
like they used to literally make fun of him when his commentating.
Yeah,
so
even as a player, he had some predictions for players, and it was never good. He predicted that guards, that small ball would never become a big thing in a league because big men, even though it was an obvious trend of small ball, like obvious trend of guards and small forwards happening, he was in it. It wouldn't amount to anything. Like his ideas, his opinions, his predictions were always just off.
Mm-hmm.
He was hilarious, man. He was cracking. He always cracked me up.
What about Steve Snapper Jones? Steve Snapper
That's a good
Jones.
point. Like, but you know, he should have. What he should have did. What he should have did. He should have became a voice actor because that fucking voice and that commentator is fucking awesome. He got like a cartoonish, like uniquely cartoon voice. That dude should have been like a voice actor. He would have been legendary from that.
For real, for real.
Some of these commentators are just like straight up like voice acting cartoon.
Remember Marv Albert? Do you guys remember Marv Albert? Remember Marv Albert?
Marv. Yeah, he retired.
Counts in the foul. Yes.
Yeah, Marv was good. Marv was good.
Yeah, Marv.
Serving up the facial. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was that Mike Breen. I can just listen to him, dude. I can just listen to him often. That bro, the way he hyped. I remember watching him when he was hyped. He was doing that 2013 final, and the Spurs kept hitting threes. He kept saying "bang." I'm like, the way he said it made it
bang or puts it in.
Yeah, the way he said it made it sound even more epic than it already was. Like, it's one thing to hit the shot and see people clap him. Every time he hit it, he kept saying "bang," and I was like,
and not just that, he does Knicks games too. You know, Mike Breen does Knicks games too. I'm a Knicks fan. You know, Mike Breen's the head commentator for the Knicks. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
on MSG Network. Yeah, it's awesome. You know, when your team gets the bang kill, it's fun. When your team is on the other side of the bank, when you get banged on, it stinks. Yeah.
Yeah. Pause.
Yeah. How day.
Yeah. What about? Let me think of another play-by-play. What about Iron Eagle from the Nets? You like Iron Eagle?
I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with him.
Okay. Okay.
I don't watch enough teams. I don't pay attention to enough commentators for enough teams to know consistently.
I'll tell you who are the worst commentators, though. One of the worst commentators are the Celtics. Celtics commentators are so biased. The most biased commentating crew I've ever come across. They're horrible.
Oh, Brian Scalabrine and
yeah, them two old dudes.
Yeah, Brian Scalabrine and what's his name? And Matt.
Isn't that the White Mamba?
Yeah, the White Mamba.
The White Mamba.
Brian Scalabrine, bro. His there's so many memes. I don't know how it started, but there were so many memes throughout his career. Like he was playing. People used to say that he was like. People used to jokingly say that Brian Scalabrine was like the GOAT. Like he's like a running joke that people used to use.
Yeah,
that shit.
And Mike Gorman, yeah, Brian Scalabrine and Mike Gorman for the Celtics. Yeah, I know what you mean. Brian Scalabrine and Mike Gorman. Yeah.
There's another good crew. There's a good crew. The ones that the commentators for the Nets are not bad. The Nets.
Yeah, Iron Eagle. That's what I'm talking about. Iron Eagle, Syracuse Talk, Ryan Rucco, Richard Jefferson. Yeah, they're good. Yeah. They're good. They're objective.
The Charlotte Hornets commentating crew is good too.
Yeah.
Hornets is good.
Oh yeah, with Eric Collins and Del Curry.
Yeah, they're pretty exciting. Yeah,
they're awesome.
There's one that I really hate because it's two old guys that they're so boring.
Yeah,
I want to say it's the Pelicans. No, it's the I think it's the Pelicans or I want to say the Pelicans or, gosh, I was trying to remember the team that was facing. I think it's the Pelicans. I want to say the Pelicans. They were horrible, man. They were horrible.
What Pelicans? Let me
almost put me to sleep.
Oh, Joe Myers. Joe Myers for the Pelicans. Joe Myers and
yeah, there was one commentating crew that nearly put me to sleep one time, man. It was so boring.
I have a question. Did Magic try to become a commentator at some point?
Magic Johnson, yeah, NBC failed miserably.
Yeah, I don't think he was nice.
I don't think I would want to remember that, but I don't.
No.
Probably something forgettable. Yeah.
You think that just the flashy player he is, and usually the media personality he is, you think it would be a great transition, but it just it just was not good.
No. Richard Jefferson is not bad.
Yeah, Richard Jefferson is decent. When he's actually decent. Other than the Knicks, when he talks about the Knicks, I just don't listen to him. He talks about the Knicks.
He's all right.
He's all right though.
No, when he talks about other teams, Mark Jackson is good. Mark Jackson.
He's awesome. He got fired way too soon.
I don't know why they got rid of him. That was a stupid move. Bro.
That was terrible. What about Jeff Van Gundy? You like Jeff Van Gundy?
Him and Jeff Van Gundy had the best chemistry.
Him, Jeff Van Gundy, and Mike Breen, yeah.
Yeah. That was a good team.
I mean, Jeff Van Gundy was a character even when he was a coach, so that makes sense. But
Yeah.
natural transition.
So is he still around, or they fired him too?
No, he's on the Celtics as far as coordinator around that. He's working for the Celtics now.
I hate I don't like his brother though. I think his brother
Stan. Oh, Stan.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Stan.
Why not? If anybody asks, why not?
I don't like his commentating. Sounds. I don't know. I just don't like hearing him, man. It's annoying. Just not a fan.
Commentating is a very difficult job. It's hard because you want to be
informed. You gotta make your research.
It is. You want to be entertaining, but you want to be entertaining. Right. You want to be entertaining and you want to be right. You don't.
Right. You gotta know the game inside and out.
Right.
Yeah.
And know the team.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. The commentate the color preview, because I've heard some color guys just basically state the obvious. Oh, the ball is being dribbled down the court. Like they just Vince Carter did commentating one time. It was horrible. I remember when Vince Carter did. Just stating the obvious. Oh, I like the guys that pick out nuances and are able to really tell the game from a knowledgeable perspective. Like, hey, this is what I would do if I was in this particular situation, and I predict the ball will be going to this, and they're going to be running a such and such zone offense, and blah, blah, blah. I like guys that are able to break down the game. But a lot of these guys don't break down the game. They just state the obvious. Oh, the ball gets swing, the shot. Oh, yes, it goes in.
Yeah, like you're not breaking up.
And be like, yeah, Mike, I knew that shot was going to go in.
It's like, well, they're like, well, they said, why one team is beating the other team? Because they're making more of their shots. Like, oh, really?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. Yeah.
One team is playing team basketball, and the other team isn't. Well, thanks. I wish you could go a little. Would you like to elaborate?
Or they'll say something stupid like, "Oh, that team really knows how to put the ball in the hoop. I'm guaranteed they're gonna win." Like, isn't that your job to put the ball in? They say this. They state the obvious stupid thing. Like, it's just dumb sometimes. Like, I don't get it, man. Some guys are good, and then some guys are just.
It's kind of like interviewers. Like some interviewers know what they're asking. Some interviewers ask like just a basic question. They'll be like, "Well, you remember like when you missed all these shots? Like, what were you thinking during that moment? Like, what do you mean?
Like, why you say that?
Imagine that. I can't do that. Imagine you're a player, you start missing a bunch of shots, then the interview pop up and say, "You remember when you missed all these important shots? Like, how do you feel about the topic?
What were you thinking? Well, yeah, why were you thinking when you missed?
How do you feel about all those shots you missed? Well, clearly I feel bad because I missed a shot. What do you mean?
Yeah, like why are you criticizing the guy? Yeah, like why are you criticizing the player? Yeah.
ask me some important questions.
They do ask some stupid questions sometimes. I shake my head sometimes.
Like I'm already upset because I missed the shot and my team lost. Now you're gonna add it, you're gonna rub it in my face during the interview and ask me to.
Yeah, I totally.
Remember you missed the game winning shot that could help your team win. And you got to try to sit there and be like natural and calm and answer the question. Because if you get angry and be like, "Why are you asking me a stupid question?" They'll be like, "Oh, see, this person's aggressive." They're like, "Oh, this player's aggressive." Like, no, it's just no.
You know what? I think they do that on purpose because guess what? Do you remember they did that to Giannis? That's where that Giannis quote came from. Remember about failure and success?
Well, yeah,
that's why. Because remember the reporter asked him a very insulting question. Like in that moment, why would you ask a question like that?
Yeah, that was disrespect. A reporter had no right to say that. He had no right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And not just that. Remember when CP3 was asked? It was after Clippers lost Game 5, and a reporter asked, "Hey, do you guys think you'll win Game 6 in Utah, force a Game 7?" Chris was like, "Huh? What do you want him to say? The season's over? Like what? What do you want him to say? He's on the team."
I know. What are you supposed to say? No, I don't think we're gonna win.
No, you're not gonna say that.
I know that's stupid. That's a stupid question. That is a stupid question.
Remember they asked LeBron in one of the finals, like 2018 finals, and they asked him like, if you go down 0-3, will you be in a win?
2017. That was 2017. That was 2017.
Asked them like, will you be in a win or go home situation?
Like, why would you ask that?
If you go down 1-3, will you be in a win or go home situation? That's by definition what you're in.
Yes.
That was Are you serious? You asked that question?
Like, LeBron tried to be cordial. He said, "Well, you're a smart person. What do you think happens if I go down 1-3?"
I know.
Like, why would you ask me that question?
Some of these guys, I don't know how they get their jobs.
Will you be in a win or go home situation? By definition, I will be in a win or go home situation if I'm down 1-3.
These guys don't. Back in the days, used to think out their questions, man. I guess I don't know, man. Like these guys don't think when they ask questions. It's
Mm-hmm.
not thought out. Or some of these guys are not knowledgeable in the game, and they don't have knowledgeable people asking the questions anymore. I don't know. That's
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I think they just get paid to ask whatever. They just long. I guess
Yeah.
the more questions they ask, the better for them entertainment wise.
Oh yeah, the dumbest questions come around All-Star game. Oh, what's your favorite color?
What the heck?
Yeah, they'll ask dumb questions like that. Like like during the All-Star when they had the All-Star scrub.
Next thing you know, they'll ask Jokic, hey Jokic, do you guys think you deserve to be on TV more? Like, why are you asking? Like, let me think of something. Hey Jokic, like I'm gonna make up something. Hey Jokic, do you guys think that sorry, let me think of something. Hey Jokic, what's your favorite animal? Like, what the heck, man?
They're like, hey bro, what's your favorite TV show, sir?
Dude, like I'm watching the game. And let's say, for example, Denver's down 3-0, and they say, "Hey, Jokic, you think that you're gonna get swept?" Like, what? You gonna ask him that?
Yeah. I think a lot of these guys, they ask questions now to create viral moments that can go on TikTok or go viral, and everybody start quoting, and it gets posted on TikTok or it gets posted on Twitter, or I think that's why they do it now, Instagram, to create a viral moment. So they'll say anything to these players, so the player will go off or do something out of ordinary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. Because you'll get fed up because you're human. You're gonna get fed up with people asking stupid questions.
It's natural. If somebody asks you a stupid question,
right?
I know you got to try to be professional. I mean, sometimes you got to still try. Like, oh gosh, did he just?
It's like I'm a normal person with little media exposure, and I get fed up with people asking me dumb questions at work. Like I cannot imagine you in front of millions of people, you miss an important shot or you lose in a series, and people start asking you stupid questions left and right that they're trying to get you to answer. It's like I have a breaking point. I'm a human. I have a breaking point. I can only do this. I can only put this facade on so much for so long.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I remember they asked Klay Thompson in the middle of the finals, like to give them the exact like what type of offensive system was they running and the structure that he ran and the defense that he ran. They would ask him that. He said, "If I tell you all that, then the opposing team is just gonna know about it. Like I can't tell you every that I'm running on live television." Like, they asked them to give him a whole outline of how to structure it.
Oh yeah. I remember they asked LeBron before it was after game when they said, "Hey, what you thought about the Jared Smith play? Hey, did you think Jared knew the clock?" I'm like, why would you ask LeBron that? He just lost a game in heartbreaking fashion. Come on, man. Wow, that was a definitely a black eye. Like, jeez.
Could you show us could you give us an outline of the system that you guys ran and stuff like that? You say, well, I can't tell you the whole system that I ran because in public television because we still playing a series. Like, what are you talking about? You want me to tell you the whole offense and defensive schemes that we just ran throughout the game so the opposing team can counteract it?
That'd be stupid. That'll be stupid, yeah. I don't know. What do you think about today's? Do you like the comment? Do you like the analysis for ESPN, TNT? In your opinion, do you like the analysis?
I think the analysis today, they got to do two things. They got to appeal to the general audience, and then they got to appeal to the people like us who know the nuances to a certain know more about basketball than the general. So it's a fine balance. I mean, nowadays you got so many, because here's the thing, we got to be honest. In today's media culture, there's so many things that are distraction now. Like you got your Instagram, TikTok. So they got to find different ways to keep make sure your eyes are kept on the game. You know what I mean? So they got to appeal. Like I noticed that there's a difference between the commentating in the NBA and the commentating in the NFL. Like it's more mature in the NFL. They more break down schematics, blah blah blah. In the NBA, it's more like cookie cutter. Like they basically all say the same thing. Yeah.
It's also very big in troll culture in the NBA.
Yeah.
It's very big.
Or they'll use. You notice that they'll start to use language that young people use, like, oh, you know what I mean? Like they'll start to use swag, or this player has a lot of swag, like like
Right.
they try to use a lot of colloquialisms,
and they'll use it poorly. They won't even use it correctly, but they'll try.
And they never use it correctly.
No, but I'm saying they love in modern culture. They love to do these hot takes, like to get people talking. They love that. It's like this troll culture. They love to say this person is not that person. This person is not top 10. This person is a terrible coach. This person, blah, blah. Like, and it's just like almost every other day, you'll turn around and see a new crazy headline. It's like it's just like eventually it gets you get desensitized to it. You're like, okay, you're like I can't even engage in this anymore because it's like you're clearly saying this to get a reaction out of me. You clearly
it's become I hate to say it, but the media has become more TMZ. It's more. It's less about the game, and it's more about the sensationalism that goes on outside of the game.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
It's more about this player made a quote, or this player was wearing this certain outfit to whatever, and they don't focus on it. And I do understand why they do that. They do that to a certain degree to get the casuals in, because again, not everybody's going to be strictly knowledge based or just want to talk basketball. Sometimes they want to hear the fluff stuff, And you got to remember, they're competing as a network. You're also competing against other networks as well for ratings, right? So sometimes you may need to bring in a little sensationalism to, generate more viewership. So I don't know. I don't like it.
Fans are competing too. Fans are competing against other fan bases. So also, so the media got to play to that. Got to play to that the heavy fan base culture. Yeah.
Because think about it. Remember back in the days, X-Men, where if you wanted to watch a particular TV show, you had to literally set your alarm clock, your schedule to watch that show. Nowadays, you don't have to do that. You don't even have to do that for games anymore. You can literally say, hey, I missed the game. Oh, let me go back on such and such and such and watch the whole game. I can watch the game anytime I want. I can watch it on my mobile device. I don't need to be in front of the TV to watch it. I can watch it on all these other streaming platforms. So like that's what I'm saying. Capsule. Right. So you don't need to actually. So these networks like ESPN and stuff like that, they need to find a way to get you to sit down and watch these games, because that's where they get their sponsorship and their money from, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
That's true. By the way, X-Men, if you want my number is in the private chat, all right?
Okay.
Yeah, you can type it in the private chat if you want. Yeah, so we can try to get news.
I'm gonna bounce. It's been nice chatting to y'all. I'm gonna bounce out, man. I gotta get ready for tomorrow. So.
All right, man. Stacey, you got my number too. Good night.
Yeah, I got you, Playboy.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right. Have a good one.
There you go.
See ya. Yes, you can type in your number in the private chat if you want, so we can chat. So what do you think? What are your bold predictions in the second half of the season?
What are my bold predictions of what?
The second half of the NBA season. What do you think?
I don't have any bold predictions, honestly. I think the way it's playing out now, pretty much how it's going to play for the rest of the season. The only team I can see changing is the Lakers, because they just seem to be inconsistent with the way they play. Every year, they just sometimes they start playing really bad, they start playing really good, they start playing really bad again. So I don't.
Right.
I just don't have a hold on how that team's going to play.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. I see your number. Okay. Got it. Right. I have a question for you. What playoff series do you want to see? Just in general, what playoff series do you want to see?
I really want to see the Nuggets versus the Celtics in the finals.
In the NBA finals, would be awesome.
Just because I just really like the fundamentals of those two teams. So I just really want to see a finals like that.
Mm-hmm. Back and forth, back and forth. I
A
mean,
lot of
potential
Celtics
dynasty.
defense. Yeah, I love the limited shot attempts. I love the defense by the defensive effort by both teams. A lot of ball movement, and I really would love. I think that would just be I think that'd be a good finals. And I think they this time the league will have time to hype it up, unlike last year,
Mhm.
so people have time to expect it.
Yeah, right. Because you have a arguable super team in the Celtics versus a potential dynasty in the Nuggets. That would be fire. And keep this in mind: Denver handed Boston the first home loss of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so that will play a factor. So that'll be fine for me. A series that I want to watch in the playoffs, I wouldn't mind watching the Clippers Suns first round. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind also seeing maybe the Heat versus the Bucks. I wouldn't mind seeing that again.
Mm-hmm. I think it probably play out differently since players won't be
Mm-hmm.
injured. Dame Lillard,
Mm-hmm.
I really would love the Heat to win that chip. Just 'cause I feel like it would turn the NBA on its head. It'd be
Mm-hmm.
unexpected. I like the unpredictability aspect of it, but
Mm-hmm.
logically, like I said, it just looks like the Celtics and the Nuggets would be the more ideal matchup in the finals. Yeah, because like I said, the Nuggets already made the finals. Like
Yeah, and they're
2 years
trying to make him
ago.
yeah, they're trying to go back to back. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
a matchup that I would not mind seeing also, and I don't think we're talking about it enough. I wouldn't mind seeing and this is and I would not mind seeing a T Wolves Thunder playoffs, T Wolves Thunder
Mm,
series.
mm. I haven't watched enough T Wolves games to see how the Wolves would match up.
Thunder, okay,
But that would be nice. But I assume that would still be a great because Carl Anthony Towns is playing for the Wolves, right?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can imagine that being a good matchup.
Mm-hmm.
I want to
With
see
that, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I want to see the Phoenix Suns. I want to see how the Phoenix Suns play against. I want to see the Phoenix Suns versus the Thunder in a 7 game
Ooh,
series.
that'll be awesome. KD getting back in his own stopping grounds. D Book versus SGA. Beal versus Holmgren. Beal
Because they
versus
both seem
Shaq.
to have they both seem to be really good at the high scoring aspect.
Mhm.
I want to see that might be a really high scoring series. Two
Yeah,
players
that
might
would
be
be a
like just trying to
spectacle.
outscore each other. Yeah, it'd
That
be
would be
just
a
like the
spectacle.
spectacle of it. The spectacle of it would just make it like unique.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Cavaliers are performing a lot better in these past 2 years than I expected.
Yeah, they've been dynamite in the regular season. We gotta see what they do in the playoffs. They've been dynamite in the regular season. Yep.
Yeah, I just think they're just a regular season team. I don't think they would do anything special in the playoffs. But I'm just shocked that they're doing as much as they are the regular season to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
I want to see what the Clippers. What would? I'm trying to think of with the Clippers. Would it be a good series to see them against hmm. The Clippers might perform better in a 7 game series than they would in a regular season because regular season is a lot more mileage.
Mm-hmm.
So I love to see how the Clippers perform. I would love to see the Clippers versus the Nuggets in a
Ooh,
series.
that'd
In
be
a series.
nice.
Yeah,
Nice. I
I
wouldn't
want to.
right, right, right. I wouldn't mind seeing a Kings versus Pelicans for playoffs. Kings
Oh,
versus
Kings! I
Pelicans.
forgot about the Kings. Yeah, that's a good. That's a good one. Kings versus Pelicans. Yeah. How far do you think the Thunder or Pelicans would go this
I
year?
say Pels. I'm gonna say first round exit. Thunder. I say second round. I say depending on matchup between first or second round.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I want the Clipper. If the Clippers if the Clippers would at least make a deep playoff run, that would probably get people off their back a little bit more. But like I said, because they just have not been performing at the level we wanted them to perform these past like
In the
2 years.
playoffs, yeah, that's true. That's true.
If they just make like at least make it to the conference finals, but and lose, like that, they would probably vindicate themselves a little bit better. You know, they're probably bound a little more time.
Somewhat.
Yeah, but if they just
I'm saying
lose,
you're kind of right.
yeah, but if they just lose in the first or second round this year, I think that's about it as far as people
Yeah.
are concerned. I don't think people are because James Harden has he hasn't proven himself in any team so far for the most part.
He's getting old.
Yeah, and even though Kyrie, he was doing. I don't know. I don't see how that happened. He was doing so good. He was doing good on the Spurs. He had that good run with the Raptors. And then he joined the Clippers and just everything just fell apart.
Yeah, you meant Kawhi. You meant Kawhi, not Kyrie. Kawhi.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
I'm sorry. I'm mixing that. I got the Kawhi. Sorry.
You good?
He was doing really good in the Spurs and really good in the that really good run on the Raptors. Then all of a sudden he joined the Clippers and everything just fell apart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, things have gone haywire. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Hasn't been healthy at all either. Like this is the first time I've seen him. Like he even looked like he was healthy for the majority of the season.
Mm-hmm. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah. One thing too. What do you think about the Pacers though? I don't think many people talk about Indiana. What do you think about the Pacers though? Think they're dangerous?
I thought they were dangerous until that little performance on the that little performance they had during the end season tournament. That kind of caught me off guard. I don't think they good. I don't think they're good at scoring over like defense. Like the team puts pressure on them defensively. They just seem to break down mentally, right then and there. So, and if that's just the end season tournament, so if they reach the actual playoffs, and some teams start turning up defense on them, if they somehow run, I don't think it would be good. They got turned up by the Lakers. The Lakers not even, the Lakers, their effort on defense is half-assed. So if they don't, so I mean, you're talking about if you play an actual team that plays defense consistently, I don't think that'd be good for the Pacers.
Mm-hmm.
I have a random question because we talked a lot about basketball.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta ask this question because of basketball debate. Greatest of all time. Come on.
In my opinion, is MJ. I don't want to get into that debate too much. I really don't. I'm gonna say MJ. You could make a case for Bron. Yeah, it's MJ. I want to ask you a funny question. Even though I got MJ as the NBA king, if King James goes to another team and wins a championship, would you consider him as the GOAT?
No.
Okay.
Because I'm thinking about their overall careers. I think MJ's more overall accomplished than LeBron.
Of course.
Yeah. LeBron's clearly better and like he plays great for longer than MJ. He definitely has that. He probably plays great for longer than just about anybody, I think, as far as up there with Kareem, if not, maybe surpassed Kareem at that point because I think Kareem was kind of dwindling down at this stage. So I think that's LeBron's biggest that's his biggest shtick of his greatness out of more over everything else. Yeah, but I mean, just as far as overall accolades, leading the league in anything offensive or defensively, winning over repertoire, your overall offensive and defensive moves.
Yeah, Mike has more moves. Mike, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see LeBron like that. Yeah.
I have a question for you, man. If the Lakers missed the playoffs, what will you do this offseason? If the Lakers missed the playoffs or get killed in the first round or something like that, what will you do this offseason?
That's hard to do because the best thing they should have been doing, they should have been building through the draft. That's what they should have been doing, but it's kind of late on that because they've given up so many draft picks. They did that experiment with Russell Westbrook and it didn't go the way they wanted it to go.
Mm-hmm.
And now they at that fire in the Frank Vogel. I don't think a lot of coaches want to be on a coach for the Lakers anymore. So getting a good coach is not really high on the table. You know, a good experienced coach is not really high on the table for the Lakers right now. And yeah, it just like I said, now AD has been injury prone since he joined the
Mhm.
Lakers. LeBron's out of his definitely not in his prime anymore. I don't know. It feels like they're gonna have to go through a whole slow rebuilding stage once the LeBron AD shtick is over. They're gonna have to
I
go
know
through
what you
like
mean.
a long rebuilding stage.
Mhm. Right. So put the whole rebuilding stage. Okay. Um. Okay. Let me think of another team. If if okay, so let me think of another team. Okay, another team that I don't think people get enough respect for is the Magic do need more pieces. Still, the Magic do need more pieces. Um, I don't think the Thunder get enough respect. OKC.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? I don't think OKC gets enough respect.
I don't think they haven't. I don't think they've been on the radar enough.
Hmm.
You know, I don't think they've been on the media's radar enough as a team.
Hmm.
I even forgot about them until you brought it up. Yeah.
Hmm.
Right now they like what? They like second, third in the conference.
Technically, they're tied for number one. Technically, so right now the Thunder are number two in the West. Yeah, the second in the
Mm,
Western Conference. They're tied with the Wolves for number one. Yeah.
yeah, I'd have to watch. I I need to make a note of that. I'm gonna watch more Thunder's game and I'm gonna watch more Timberwolves game because I've slept. I clearly am sleeping on those. I've clearly been sleeping on those two teams and it look like they're
You're good.
performing really good. Yeah,
You're good.
because I've been mostly paying attention to the Nuggets, the Lakers, Clippers, Kings, and Suns. You know.
What do you hey, the Kings are starting to turn things around. After they've been playing up and down ball, they're starting to turn on the edges a little bit.
Yeah.
Sabonis has been great. Fox is finding his edge. Murray's starting to play better. Herder and Barnes starting to get on the same page. The Kings are finally starting to click at the right time.
Yeah. I think that if they give it time and keep building with this team, they it may end up being like a competitive team within a few years.
Hmm. What do you think the Kings need if they want to become the crown of the crown?
But you'd have to either one of the players are going to have to develop into like a superstar, or they're going to need another existing all star to give them that like boost. Yeah, but that's
Hmm.
like a later. That's like a down the road thing. Right now they're currently finding their footing as a team. So,
Hmm. Right. And for the Nuggets, what do you think about how good Denver is? What do you think about guys like Michael Porter, Aaron Gordon, etc. In your opinion?
yeah, the Nuggets are good. Like I said, the only problem I think the Nuggets they got rid of some of their bench, and I think
Mhm.
that's slightly mess with them in the playoffs and their inability to maintain leads. Like
Agreed.
when they get leads, they need to learn how to maintain it and keep and from maintain it throughout the fourth quarter. You shouldn't don't put yourself in a predicament where you have to keep performing well in the clutch. It's great that
Hmm.
they can perform well in the clutch. Like I'm impressed how often they perform well in the clutch, but don't put yourself in that predicament where you have to keep performing good in the clutch. When you
I know
have a
what you
good
mean.
when you have a good lead, maintain it and keep it until the rest of the game.
I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. What do you think about guys like Michael Porter and Aaron Gordon? Do you like it for them on the Nuggets?
Mm-hmm.
Mm, yeah,
As long as they keep that
the core together.
maybe players like on their for their bench, They might be the top, like the new top team in the league. They may end up becoming like the new Warriors. If they can win this year or next year, I think that may be like a start of a new like dominant team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to bother you, but it looks like it's getting later.
Yes, same here. Yes, 2:31 in the morning. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you, X-Man. Nice to meet you, man.
It's always nice to meet you. Always nice to
Right.
see a fellow MJ fan.
Finger. And I also sent you my channel so you can subscribe to my channel, man.
Okay, what was the name of it? You sent it to me
The
through
Last
text.
Laugh Podcast. It's called the Last Laugh Podcast. Yeah, you can
Okay.
check. I sent you a message board. Yeah, and please subscribe to my friend to Goat My Pod, the Packers, and also please subscribe to this channel right now. Go, Packers, podcast, Packers Pals podcast. Please
Packers
subscribe
Palace
to Go My
podcast. Yeah.
Yeah, please subscribe, please. Thank you, Go My Friend, inviting me. Nice to see you again, X-Man. Nice to see you again. Everyone, please smash the likes and stay safe. Good night, everyone. Sayonara. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Peace.
Mhm.
Salute, salute, salute.
What's good, man?
What's good? What's good?
Who else we got right there? Damn.
Oh, sure, that was is you.
You got the Warriors fan.
Right, was that Cuba? Do you see the Pelicans in Miami game a couple days? Just play ball, bro. Bro, he keep beating me down the court, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Yo, yo, yo. It's your boy, Goat Man. A lot of people fell out the panel. Big shout out to X-Man for pulling up and contributing to the page. Salute FYF, Young Goat, Pagan. Shout out to Cam for coming in and showing his impact. Why can't I flip the screen? There we go. Big shout out, man. Cam coming in here playing video games for y'all. Give y'all some video game content. Shout out to everybody who came on and spoke. Grinch, X-Man, Infamous. Shout out to those guys coming in and showing up. Shout out to the guys that been holding down the chat room. Samurai Beast Warrior, Young Go, Ivan Howard, FYF, Pagan. Shout out to Grinch for coming on too as well. Shout out to Marvin. Yeah, I know Cam getting his butt whooped on the game, man. It's all good though. But Goat might be putting in that work, man. So shout out to the guys pulling in and making it possible. You know? Shout out to Cam. Shout out to these guys coming in. Cam, Grinch, Infamous, X-Man. You know, shout out to these guys for coming in and making it happen. You know, Goat Mike can't do it alone. So shout out to the guys that's coming in and supporting at an extremely high level. I know everybody's schedule is different from mine, so a lot of people I might not get. But big shout out to everybody who is and comes on and supports the GOAT. You know what I'm saying? GOAT Mike appreciates it at an extremely high level. Like I said, man, you know, doing something by yourself is not easy. That's what you gotta know. Shout out to these guys for coming in and supporting. If anybody want to hop on the live stream link is pinned to the top. For anybody else who wants to come on and join me and Cam, you know what I'm saying? You want to pull up, you want to chat Lakers talk, we in this thing. You want to chat Clippers talk, we're in this thing. You want to chat Sacramento's talk, we in this thing. You want to chat about anything, we in this thing. Period. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no debate. We here, we ready, we hungry. You know what I mean? We can chat it up about anything. So if you have anything you want to talk about, just hit that link, pull up. Let's go. It's your boy in the building, man. It's your boy Dope. Man, can't wait to cook somebody, man. Man, can't ready to bake somebody. Man, can't ready. Cancer, he ain't got to look at you to cook your ass. Can't be having that Bow Wow impersonation down pat. Y'all don't know. Bow Wow.
What's up, Bano? You suck, nigga. You trying to play like me, nigga. You can't play like me, nigga. Nigga trying to play like me. What the fuck? Yes. Trying to take a play out of my book. What the fuck? You suck, nigga. Ass. Can't stand niggas like that. Run your own goddamn game, nigga. I'm going to use my game.
So hey man, make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Man, Cam getting his ass beat on this game. So hey, make sure y'all like, subscribe, get your popcorn, and enjoy the show. Anybody can hit the link if you want to chop it up. Hit the link, pop in, and tune in.
You trying to play like me, nigga? Suck, bro. Lame ass nigga, boy. That boy know he a corn. Yeah, lame man, nigga. Nigga know he a cornball ass nigga. He told me nothing but time. You a lame man, nigga, boy. Corn ass nigga. You don't got your own game, nigga. You try to take a picture, take some shit out of my boy, nigga. Try to beat me with my shit. You suck, nigga. Can't be fuck with me, nigga. It's alright, nigga. Try to make it seem like you don't know what's going on, nigga. You know what's going on, nigga. It's alright, nigga. Yeah, talk about that, nigga. Fuck, nigga. Like, nigga, shut up, nigga. I don't want that shit, nigga. You suck, nigga. You suck, nigga. It's alright, nigga. Your ass sorry, nigga. What you talking about, nigga? Nigga mad. They trying to play like me. It's alright, nigga. Shut up, nigga. They trying to play like me.
Man, Cam, stop playing the game, huh? Cam, I'm getting beat too bad, man. Man, I don't blame him, man.